Hello everyone, and welcome to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Story 1. The day had started off like any other, with the usual morning routine of coffee and a brisk walk through the neighborhood. I was eager to return to the comfort of my home, which had become a sanctuary from the chaos of work and daily life. As I approached my front door, I noticed something unusual, a faint, uncomfortable draft. My heart skipped a beat when I saw that the door was ajar. I immediately quickened my pace, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be inside. The lock, usually so reliable, was broken. The once secure barrier had been forced open, leaving the door slightly swinging on its hinges. I froze for a moment, my breath catching in my throat. The sense of violation was immediate and overwhelming. I took out my phone and dialed 911, my hands trembling as I tried to stay calm. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way and advised me to stay outside until the police arrived. As I waited on the porch, my mind swirled with anxiety. Who could have done this? Why would someone break into my home? The questions were endless, but the answers eluded me. The wait seemed eternal, though it was only a few minutes before the flashing lights of the police car illuminated the street. The officers conducted a thorough search of the premises, carefully inspecting each room and corner. They took note of the broken lock and the forced entry, and they collected fingerprints and other potential evidence. Despite their meticulous efforts, they found no one inside. There were no signs of forced entry beyond the broken lock, no apparent damage to the interior, and no one hiding in the house. As the police conducted their investigation, I began to walk through the house, trying to gauge the extent of the intrusion. It was then that I noticed the unsettling changes. Small personal items had been moved or tampered with. My heart sank as I saw that the photographs that once adorned the walls were now askew, some even missing from their frames. In the bedroom, my jewelry box had been rifled through. The delicate pieces of jewelry that had been neatly arranged were now scattered, some missing entirely. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I realized that someone had been going through my most personal possessions, exploring the intimate details of my life. I checked the kitchen next, where I noticed that the contents of the drawers and cabinets had been disarrayed. The usually orderly kitchen was now a mess, with utensils and dishes misplaced. Even my pantry had been disturbed, with food items out of place and some seemingly inspected. The living room was no better. My bookshelves were in disarray, with books pulled out and stacked haphazardly. The television remote and other small electronics had been moved from their usual spots. It was as if someone had systematically gone through every room, making a point to touch and examine everything. The police officers reconvened with me, discussing their findings and reassuring me that they would continue their investigation. They advised me to make a list of any missing items and to review the security footage if I had a camera system. I nodded, but the reassurance felt hollow against the backdrop of the violation I had just experienced. As the officers left, I was left alone with a lingering sense of dread and the aftermath of the intrusion. I meticulously catalogued the missing items and took stock of the disarray. Each moved object felt like a personal affront, a reminder that someone had breached my private space and tampered with my life. The emotional impact was profound. The comfort of home had turned into a place of anxiety and fear. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of an unseen presence that had invaded my sanctuary. The intrusion into my personal space was not just physical, but psychological, leaving a lingering sense of vulnerability. In the days that followed, I tried to restore some sense of normalcy. I repaired the broken lock and had a new security system installed, hoping to regain a semblance of control and safety. I was more cautious than ever, locking doors and windows with obsessive care and avoiding any patterns that might make me a target. Despite these efforts, the sense of violation remained. I found myself constantly checking and rechecking locks, scrutinizing every noise or disturbance with heightened anxiety. The intrusion had shattered my sense of security, and the physical repairs could not mend the emotional damage. The police continued their investigation, but without more concrete evidence or leads, progress was slow. I was left to grapple with the aftermath, trying to rebuild my sense of safety and reclaim the comfort of my home. Each day was a struggle to find peace amidst the lingering shadows of the intrusion, a reminder that my personal sanctuary had been breached by an unknown and unsettling presence. The experience had changed me in ways I hadn't anticipated. The intrusion into my personal space had left a mark on my psyche, a constant reminder of the fragility of safety and the impact of having one's most intimate spaces violated. It was a stark lesson in the vulnerability we face in our most private moments, a reminder that security is never as absolute as we might hope. Story 2. The park across from my apartment had always been a place of solace. I would often walk there in the evenings, enjoying the calm and the view of the city lights reflecting off the pond. It was my escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life, a place where I could clear my mind and unwind. But everything changed one evening when I noticed a man sitting on a park bench directly across from my apartment. At first, I didn't think much of it. He was an older man dressed in a simple gray coat with a fedora tilted at an angle. He seemed like any other park goer, lost in his own world. But over time, I began to realize that he was always there, sitting on that same bench at the same time every evening. It became a part of my routine to see him as I left my apartment and walked to the park. What made the situation unsettling was not just his constant presence, but the way he seemed to watch me. It was as if his gaze was fixed on me, tracking my movements with a precision that felt invasive. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was observing me closely, even though we never interacted. His eyes, hidden beneath the brim of his fedora, seemed to follow me wherever I went within the park. One chilly autumn evening, I decided to confront him. I was tired of the creeping sense of paranoia and decided it was time to address it directly. I approached the bench where he sat, his gaze still fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to my approach. As I stood before him, he slowly turned his head to meet my eyes. "Excuse me," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've noticed you sitting here every day. It feels like you're watching me. Is there a reason for that?" He looked at me with an expression that was both calm and enigmatic. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. "I'm just watching over you," he said in a voice that was soft and measured. "Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they don't know it." His response sent a chill down my spine. The idea of someone claiming to watch over me, particularly when it felt so intrusive, was deeply unsettling. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the intensity of his gaze made me hesitate. His demeanor was unnervingly serene, as though he was entirely comfortable with the discomfort he caused. I decided not to press further. I mumbled something about needing to go and walked away, feeling a wave of relief mixed with anxiety. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me, even though he was no longer there. I felt an overwhelming urge to escape the situation, to find a place where I could feel safe and unobserved. The following day, I began to make arrangements to move to a new apartment. I didn't share my reasons with anyone, fearing that my friends and family would think I was overreacting. I simply told them that I wanted a change of scenery. The process of packing and organizing was a distraction, but the thought of leaving the unsettling presence behind gave me a sense of urgency. The move was exhausting but exhilarating. I found a new place in a different part of the city, far from the park and the man who had intruded on my sense of security. I hoped that a fresh start would help me shed the lingering feeling of being watched. The first few nights in the new apartment were peaceful. I settled in, enjoyed the new surroundings, and began to relax. But despite the change in environment, the sense of unease never fully dissipated. I still felt like someone was watching me, even though there was no one around. The anxiety that had plagued me in the old apartment seemed to follow me like a shadow that refused to leave. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was the result of the paranoia that had built up over the months. I had been so on edge, so attuned to the idea of being observed, that the feeling had become a persistent companion. I started to question whether the man had been real or just a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of my fears. As the weeks went by, the sensation of being watched began to wane, but it never entirely disappeared. I found myself double-checking locks and curtains, constantly aware of every sound and movement in my new apartment. The experience had left me more cautious and less trusting of the world around me. I avoided returning to the old park, and I rarely ventured out in the evenings, opting instead to stay indoors where I felt safe. The man on the bench became a ghost of my past, a reminder of the unsettling experience that had driven me to seek a new beginning. Despite the new apartment and the change of scenery, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man's presence had left a mark on me. The idea of someone watching me, even with the guise of being a guardian, had altered my perception of safety and trust. I realized that the feeling of being watched was no longer tied to a specific location or person, but had become a part of my psyche. In the end, I had moved away from the park and the mysterious man, but the emotional residue of that experience stayed with me. It had taught me to be more aware of my surroundings and to question the nature of security and privacy. The man's unsettling smile and cryptic words remained a haunting reminder of how deeply unsettling it can be to feel observed, even by someone who claims to be watching over you. Story 3. The first time I heard it, I dismissed it as a trick of the mind. I had recently moved into a charming but old house on the outskirts of town. The place had character, with creaky wooden floors and high ceilings that made it feel spacious and somewhat grand. I was living alone, a decision I had made to enjoy some solitude and peace after a particularly stressful period at work. That first night, as I settled into my new home, I was surprised by how quiet it was. The usual hum of the city seemed miles away, and the only sounds were the occasional creak of the house settling. But just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard a faint, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere in the house. It was so subtle at first that I thought it might be the old pipes or a draft playing tricks on me. Over the next few nights, however, the sound grew more distinct. It started as soft, muffled footsteps that seemed to echo through the empty rooms. The footsteps would appear sporadically, and each time I would get up and check the house, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The windows and doors were securely locked, and the house was as empty as I had left it. As the days turned into weeks, the footsteps became more persistent. It was no longer just a faint sound. It felt like someone was walking through every room of the house, pacing back and forth. The sound seemed to follow a pattern. Sometimes it would start in the hallway, move to the kitchen, and then to the bedrooms. I began to dread the nights, knowing that I would be kept awake by the constant, eerie sound. One particularly unsettling evening, as I was watching television in the living room, the footsteps began. They started softly but soon became louder and more pronounced. I could hear them coming closer and closer, making their way through the house. I paused the TV and listened intently, the anxiety tightening in my chest. The footsteps continued, moving through the house with a deliberate, almost purposeful rhythm. Determined to find the source of the noise, I grabbed a flashlight and made my way through the house. I checked every room, every closet, and every nook and cranny, but found nothing out of place. The house was as empty as ever. I checked the windows and doors again, convinced that there must be some rational explanation, but everything was secure, and there were no signs of intrusion. The sound continued to haunt me. It became a nightly ritual to check the house before going to bed, and I even installed a few additional locks on the doors, thinking that perhaps they would provide some sense of security. Despite my efforts, the footsteps persisted, always just out of sight but never quite disappearing. My friends and family were sympathetic but skeptical when I told them about the noises. They suggested that it might be the house settling or perhaps my imagination playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that it was just a figment of my imagination, but the sounds were too consistent, too real, to be dismissed so easily. One night, I decided to stay up and document the sounds. I set up a voice recorder in the hallway where the footsteps seemed to be most prominent and waited. As the hours passed, I could hear the footsteps on the recording, clear and distinct. The recording also captured a faint whispering, though it was too indistinct to make out any specific words. Listening to the playback only heightened my sense of dread, confirming that the sounds were not just in my head. Desperate for answers, I contacted a local paranormal investigation group. They came to the house with their equipment, setting up cameras and recording devices throughout the property. They spent a night in the house, documenting the sounds and conducting their investigation. Their findings were inconclusive, with the equipment picking up only the usual creaks and groans of an old house. The investigators left without any definitive answers, but their visit only deepened my unease. The footsteps continued, and the house became a place of constant anxiety. I started leaving lights on throughout the house, hoping that the presence of light might dispel whatever was causing the noises. I even considered moving, but the thought of packing up and leaving felt overwhelming. One particularly tense night, I was awoken by the sound of footsteps right outside my bedroom door. My heart raced as I lay frozen under the covers, listening to the rhythmic pacing. I finally mustered the courage to open the door and peek into the hallway. The house was empty, but the sound of footsteps seemed to be right there, echoing through the hallway. I decided to confront the sound head-on. I stood in the hallway and called out, "Is someone there?" My voice echoed in the empty space, but there was no response. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment the house was silent. The silence was almost more unnerving than the footsteps. Despite my attempts to rationalize the situation, the anxiety continued to grip me. The feeling of being watched, of having an unseen presence in the house, was inescapable. I grew more cautious, avoiding the darker areas of the house and spending as little time alone as possible. One evening, while browsing through old records in the attic, I came across an old journal hidden among the boxes. It belonged to the previous owner of the house, and as I read through it, I discovered that they had experienced similar disturbances. The journal described hearing footsteps and feeling a constant sense of unease, though it never mentioned any specific cause. The last entry ended abruptly with a cryptic note about the echoes of the past. The discovery of the journal offered some solace, knowing that I wasn't alone in my experiences. It didn't provide answers, but it connected me to the previous occupant in a way that made me feel less isolated. The footsteps gradually faded, though the house never felt entirely quiet again. Living in the house had taught me to appreciate the boundaries between reality and fear, and the echoes of those footsteps served as a reminder of the mysteries that can linger in old, creaky spaces. The experience had left an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the thin line between the known and the unknown. Story 4. The first sign that something was wrong came when I noticed the silence. My cat, Whiskers, was usually the first to greet me when I came home. Her purring and playful antics were a comforting part of my daily routine. But on that particular day, as I walked through the door, the house felt eerily quiet. I called out for her, but there was no response. I searched the house thoroughly, checking all her favorite spots, but Whiskers was nowhere to be found. My initial worry quickly turned into panic. I scoured every corner of the house, checked under furniture, and even peered into the closets, hoping she was hiding. I then ventured outside, calling her name and shaking her treat bag, but there was no sign of her. After hours of searching with no results, I began to post flyers around the neighborhood. The flyer depicted a photo of Whiskers with a brief description and my contact information. I handed out copies to local businesses and spoke with my neighbors, pleading for any information about her whereabouts. Days turned into a week, and my anxiety grew with each passing day. I received occasional tips from neighbors and kind strangers, but none led to any concrete information. The absence of Whiskers weighed heavily on me. I could not understand why she had disappeared or where she might have gone. I continued to hope for her safe return, clinging to the thought that someone might find her and bring her back home. Then one evening, just as I was starting to lose hope, I heard a faint, familiar meow from outside. My heart leaped as I rushed to the door. There, sitting on the front step, was Whiskers. But the sight of her filled me with a mix of relief and horror. She was clearly injured, her fur was matted and dirty, and she walked with a noticeable limp. Her eyes, usually bright and inquisitive, were now dull and frightened. I immediately scooped her up and took her inside, carefully examining her injuries. I cleaned her wounds and gave her some food and water, but her condition was worrisome. She was skittish and avoided eye contact, further confirming my fear that she had experienced something traumatic. Despite my care and affection, she remained withdrawn and seemed to flinch at sudden movements. As I gently examined her collar, I noticed a small folded note attached to it. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The note was written in a neat but unfamiliar handwriting, and it read, "She was ours for a while." The message sent a shiver down my spine. It was cryptic and unsettling, suggesting that someone had intentionally kept her from me. The implications of the note were terrifying. It meant that Whiskers had been in someone else's possession, and the condition in which she returned hinted at possible mistreatment. My mind raced with questions. Who could have taken her? Why did they keep her? And what had they done to her during that week? I contacted the local authorities and showed them the note and Whiskers' injuries. They took down the details but seemed unsure of how to proceed with the case, given the lack of evidence and the cryptic nature of the note. They advised me to take Whiskers to a vet for a thorough examination and to monitor her behavior for any signs of ongoing distress. The vet's examination revealed that Whiskers had multiple bruises and a few minor cuts. The vet couldn't determine the exact cause of her injuries but assured me that she would recover with time and proper care. The trauma she had endured was evident in her behavior, and the vet recommended a calm and supportive environment to help her adjust. As days went by, I noticed small improvements in Whiskers' demeanor. She began to explore her surroundings more and gradually returned to her playful self, but she remained cautious and easily startled. Despite the progress, the mystery of her disappearance and the ominous note haunted me. I felt a profound sense of violation, knowing that someone had taken her and held her against her will. I continued to investigate on my own, reaching out to local animal shelters and rescue groups to see if they had any information about missing pets or unusual reports. I even started to ask around in nearby neighborhoods, hoping to gather any leads. But as time passed, the case seemed to grow colder and no new information surfaced. The note became a constant reminder of the unknown threat that had intruded into our lives. I tried to move on and focus on Whisker's recovery, but the sense of unease never completely left me. I installed additional security measures around my home and made sure that all windows and doors were securely locked. The experience had left me with a heightened sense of vigilance and a lingering fear that something could happen again. Despite the trauma, Whiskers slowly began to reclaim her place in my life. Her playful antics and affectionate purrs gradually returned, bringing a sense of normalcy back to our home. I showered her with love and attention, determined to help her heal from the physical and emotional wounds she had endured. Though the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, the experience had taught me the value of vigilance and the importance of cherishing the ones we love. The note that once held such power over my thoughts became a symbol of resilience and a reminder of the strength found in the bonds we share with our pets. Whisker's return was a bittersweet reminder of the unknown dangers that lurk in the world, but it also reaffirmed the strength of our connection and the importance of never giving up hope. As she nestled into her favorite spot on the couch, I felt a profound sense of gratitude and a renewed commitment to keeping her safe. The mystery of her disappearance may never be fully resolved, but the love and care I provided her would always be a constant, unwavering presence in her life. Story 5. It was an ordinary Saturday morning when I accidentally knocked over my bathroom mirror. It shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces, scattering across the tile floor with a cacophony of tinkling glass. I stood in stunned silence, the sharp fragments glittering like cruel confetti. The mirror had been a fixture in the small, dimly lit bathroom for years, and its sudden destruction left me feeling unsettled. Cleaning up the mess was a tedious task. I carefully gathered the shards, mindful of the potential for injury, and disposed of them. Once the room was free of glass, I turned my attention to replacing the mirror. It was an inconvenience, but it seemed like a simple fix. I ordered a new mirror online, choosing a sleek, modern design that would fit the space perfectly. Days passed, and the new mirror arrived. I was relieved to see the delivery man carrying it up to my door. He handed me the package with a terse smile and disappeared quickly, as if eager to be done with the delivery. I tore open the box, revealing the pristine mirror encased in protective padding. Along with the mirror was a note from the delivery service. Hope this one doesn't crack. The note, with its casual yet ominous tone, sent a shiver down my spine. I dismissed it as a strange joke or a coincidence, the kind of dark humor you sometimes encounter in unexpected places. I hung the new mirror on the wall, admiring its clean, reflective surface. The bathroom felt brighter and more open with the new addition. For the first few days, everything seemed normal. But as time went on, I began to experience an unsettling feeling whenever I looked into the mirror. It was as if the reflective surface was hiding something just beyond my sight. Each time I caught my own reflection, a chill would run down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from the other side. I tried to rationalize the sensation. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, the result of having been so recently shaken by the old mirror's breakage. But the discomfort persisted. I found myself avoiding the bathroom, and when I did enter, I would quickly avert my gaze from the mirror. The feeling of being watched grew stronger each day. The cracks from the old mirror had not been completely cleaned up, and despite my efforts to sweep away the broken glass, I knew some shards had probably been missed. I wondered if these remnants were causing the uneasy feeling, or if there was something more to the note and the new mirror. One evening, after a particularly unsettling day, I decided to investigate further. I carefully examined the area around the old mirror's former location. The tile floor was clean, but I noticed a small dark spot near the corner of the room. I hadn't seen it before, and it seemed to be a remnant of the shattered glass. I picked up a flashlight and scrutinized the spot, but it appeared to be just a smudge. Determined to find a logical explanation, I decided to clean the area thoroughly. I used a vacuum cleaner with a nozzle attachment, making sure to get into every crevice. I also checked the wall behind where the old mirror had been, but it was solid and undisturbed. As I worked, my mind kept returning to the note that had come with the new mirror. It seemed so innocuous, yet oddly foreboding. I couldn't help but feel that there was something more behind it. Was it a veiled threat or simply a prank? I couldn't shake the feeling that it was connected to the strange sensations I had been experiencing. That night, as I lay in bed, I was haunted by vivid dreams. I dreamed of shadows moving behind the mirror, of eyes peering out from the glass. I awoke in a cold sweat, the discomfort from the dreams spilling over into my waking life. I decided to seek help, reaching out to friends and family, but they all dismissed my fears as the overactive imagination of someone who had recently experienced a minor trauma. Feeling desperate, I reached out to a local paranormal investigator. I explained the situation, including the note, the strange feeling, and the persistent unease. The investigator agreed to visit and take a look, intrigued by the unusual circumstances. When the investigator arrived, they conducted a thorough examination of the bathroom and the new mirror. They used various tools and techniques to check for any anomalies, including electromagnetic readings and thermal scans. To my relief, they found no evidence of anything supernatural or unusual. The mirror was simply a mirror, devoid of any hidden threats or malevolent forces. Despite the investigators' findings, the sense of unease did not fully dissipate. I continued to feel as though I was being watched whenever I looked into the mirror. The investigator suggested that the psychological impact of the incident, combined with the unsettling note, might be contributing to my ongoing discomfort. I took their advice to heart and tried to focus on moving past the experience. I made a conscious effort to use the bathroom more regularly and to avoid letting the mirror's presence affect me. I also tried to engage in activities that would help distract me from the lingering feelings of unease. Over time, the intensity of the fear gradually lessened, though it never completely disappeared. The new mirror remained a source of discomfort, but I learned to manage my anxiety and face the mirror with more confidence. I kept the note and the remnants of the old mirror in a box, a reminder of the strange and unsettling experience. The incident taught me about the power of suggestion and the ways in which our fears can shape our perceptions. While the mirror itself was not sinister, the combination of a broken past and an ominous message had created an environment ripe for anxiety. I learned to confront my fears and to recognize that sometimes the most unsettling things are those that exist solely in our minds. Story 6. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was a curious twist of fate. The house, a sprawling Victorian mansion nestled at the edge of a quiet town, had been in the family for generations, though I had never visited it before. The estate was passed down to me after my great-uncle's passing, and I decided to take a break from my hectic life to explore and possibly restore the old place. The mansion had a charm that was both grand and forlorn, its creaking wooden floors and ornate, dusty furnishings spoke of a bygone era. As I began to sort through the house, I found myself fascinated by its history and the stories it might hold. One day, I ventured into the attic, a vast, dimly lit space filled with forgotten relics and cobwebs. Amidst the clutter, I discovered a door, barely noticeable behind a stack of old trunks and faded drapes. The door was peculiar, unlike the other doors in the house. It was unusually solid and appeared to be reinforced with heavy bolts. The bolting mechanism was on the inside, suggesting that the room had been secured from within. My curiosity was piqued. What secrets or treasures could lie behind such an impenetrable barrier? Determined to uncover the mystery, I tried to pry open the door using various tools I had on hand. My efforts proved fruitless. The bolts were stubborn, and no amount of force seemed to budge them. Frustrated, I decided to call a locksmith, hoping their expertise would unlock the secrets hidden behind the door. When the locksmith arrived, I led him to the attic and showed him the locked door. He examined the bolting mechanism with a professional's eye and began working on it with a set of tools that clinked and worked with a practiced rhythm. As he worked, he made small talk, but my mind was preoccupied with the possibilities of what lay beyond the door. I could feel a mix of excitement and unease as I awaited the moment when the door would finally open. After an hour of meticulous work, the locksmith stepped back and wiped his brow. "All right," he said, "let's see what's inside." With a turn of the handle and a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing the room beyond. To my astonishment, the room was completely empty. There was no furniture, no boxes, not even dust. The space was as barren as the day it was built. The walls and floor were bare, and the emptiness of the room was almost unsettling. The locksmith looked around, puzzled. "That's strange," he remarked. "It's as if nothing was ever stored here." I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over me. The absence of anything in the room felt wrong, like a void that held a presence of its own. I stood there for a moment, absorbing the eerie silence that seemed to echo off the empty walls. The mystery of why the room had been locked away, and what had prompted someone to secure it so tightly, weighed heavily on me. The locksmith, sensing my discomfort, packed up his tools and left. I remained in the attic, staring into the empty room. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold draft from the attic's open windows. The emptiness was palpable, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. As the days went by, I became increasingly obsessed with the room. I scoured the house for any clues that might explain why it had been locked away. I searched through old papers and dusty boxes, hoping to find a journal or letter that might shed light on the mystery, but all my efforts proved fruitless. The house seemed to hold its secrets tightly, revealing nothing more than its aging furnishings and cobweb-covered corners. I began to experience strange occurrences at night. I would hear creaks and groans from the attic, as though something was shifting or moving within the empty room. I would wake up to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house, only to find nothing when I investigated. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and I could no longer ignore the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to investigate the history of the house. I visited the local historical society and spoke with the town's oldest residents, hoping to find any information about my great-uncle or the house's past. The more I learned, the more I became aware of the house's reputation. Whispers of previous occupants who had vanished under strange circumstances and stories of unexplained phenomena only added to my growing unease. One evening, while exploring the attic again, I noticed something unusual. The floorboards in front of the locked room seemed slightly disturbed, as though they had been recently moved. I carefully pried up a few boards and discovered a hidden compartment beneath. Inside were old leather-bound books and yellowed papers, all meticulously organized. The documents included correspondence and legal papers, but none provided any clear answers about the room or its purpose. The more I delved into these documents, the more I felt a sense of foreboding. The records detailed legal disputes, mysterious transactions, and references to individuals whose names were unfamiliar. There were no direct mentions of the locked room, but the overall sense of secrecy and hidden motives was unmistakable. The empty room, the strange occurrences, and the enigmatic documents created a tapestry of dread and confusion. I found myself trapped in a web of mystery where the answers remained just out of reach. The room, though physically empty, seemed to hold a significant and unsettling presence. It became a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that some secrets were meant to remain hidden, no matter how hard one tries to uncover them. As I prepared to leave the house for good, the locked room remained a haunting enigma. The sense of dread that had accompanied me throughout my investigation lingered. The house, with all its history and hidden corners, would continue to hold its secrets, and the empty room would remain a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lay behind closed doors. Story 7. I was on edge. The creeping sense of paranoia that had taken root in my life had become almost unbearable. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a maze of shadows, each corner harboring its own secrets. It had been weeks since Greg Thompson disappeared, and despite my investigation, I felt no closer to unraveling the mystery. Instead, the only thing that grew clearer was my sense of dread. Then, one rainy afternoon, the ordinary envelope that arrived in my mailbox made my heart skip a beat. It was a small, unremarkable package wrapped in plain brown paper and devoid of any return address. It seemed almost too ordinary to be the source of the escalating terror in my life, yet the absence of a return address and the timing made it all the more ominous. I took the package inside, my fingers trembling as I untapped it. Inside was a small black box. My hands were unsteady as I opened it to reveal a single unmarked DVD. A shiver ran down my spine. I had no idea what was on it or who had sent it. With mounting apprehension, I inserted the DVD into my player and sat back, my eyes glued to the screen. The video began with static, then gradually cleared to reveal the interior of my own home. My heart pounded as I saw myself sitting on the couch in my living room, reading a book. The footage was dated a few days prior, and it was as if someone had been a silent, invisible observer. The camera angle shifted, showing various rooms in my house, my kitchen, bedroom, and even the hallway where I often felt the presence of someone watching me. I watched in growing horror as the video continued. There was no sound, just the disturbing images of my private life laid bare. The camera had captured my mundane activities with an unsettling precision, making breakfast, pacing around in anxious thoughts, and even moments of vulnerability when I thought I was alone. I stopped the video and replayed it, scrutinizing every detail. The footage appeared professionally done, no amateur shakes or sudden angles. The camera had been placed with a meticulousness that suggested someone had carefully planned each shot. It was clear that whoever had made this recording had been inside my home without my knowledge for a long time. I was overcome with a sense of violation. My home, my personal space, had been turned into a stage for someone else's twisted curiosity. But the most disturbing realization was that this was no random intruder. This was someone who knew me, someone who had access to my life. I felt a rising panic as I thought of the possible suspects. My first instinct was to contact the police, but a gnawing doubt held me back. The footage was unsettling, but it didn't seem to contain any direct threats. The police might dismiss it as an overreaction or, worse, it might lead them to suspect me of some sort of delusion. I decided to investigate further on my own. I examined every inch of the video, looking for clues that might identify the person behind it. I noticed a small detail, a picture on my wall that had been slightly shifted. It was a photo of my family, and I remembered that the frame had been aligned perfectly the day before. Someone had been in my home recently enough to alter such details. I revisited the video, focusing on the times when the camera angle was fixed on a particular spot. The footage included scenes from my home office, where a stack of papers was slightly disturbed. I recognized the stack. It contained letters and documents related to a local community group I had recently joined. In an effort to piece together this puzzle, I began reviewing my interactions with people from that group. They were all ostensibly friendly and unremarkable, but I started to question if someone might have been hiding a deeper agenda. I also scrutinized my recent conversations and encounters, trying to spot any indication of someone acting unusually or expressing curiosity about my home and routines. One person from the group stood out, Rachel, a woman who had seemed overly interested in my personal life during our last meeting. She had asked probing questions about my family and my daily habits, framing them in the guise of casual conversation. I'd brushed off her curiosity at the time, thinking it was just friendly chatter. Determined to find out if Rachel was connected to the video, I reached out to her under the pretense of discussing a community project. I met her at a local cafe, where her demeanor was all warmth and charm. However, as our conversation progressed, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was gauging my reactions, searching for any signs of what I had discovered. After the meeting, I began to suspect that Rachel might be connected to the footage. I couldn't prove anything yet, but I decided to set up a small experiment. I began leaving subtle changes in my home, shifting objects slightly, changing the arrangement of furniture, and deliberately leaving out things that would suggest a particular behavior or schedule. The following day, I checked for any alterations or signs of someone having been in my house. To my dismay, I found things moved in exactly the way I had anticipated if someone were tracking my changes. It confirmed my fear that Rachel, or someone else, was indeed monitoring my actions closely. The disturbing reality began to sink in. I was being watched by someone who knew me well enough to exploit my private space for their own purposes. The package had been a chilling wake-up call, a message that I was not alone in my paranoia but a target in a game that was far from over. The deeper I delved, the more I realized that this was not just about Greg's disappearance or my own nightmares. It was about someone orchestrating a sinister narrative, and I was trapped in the middle of it. As I prepared for the next steps, I knew that uncovering the truth would require navigating a dangerous and intricate web of deception, where every detail mattered and every step could bring me closer to, or further away from, unveiling the sinister motives behind the intrusion into my life. Story 8. The discovery of the diary was an accident, a fluke of fate, or so I thought. It happened on a lazy Sunday afternoon, the kind where the golden light streams into the windows and time seems to stand still. I had been tackling a long overdue home improvement project, finishing the old wooden floorboards in my living room. I worked methodically, removing the old varnish and sanding the boards until they were smooth. It was during this process that my screwdriver hit something solid beneath the floor. I pried up the loose board and found, buried in a shallow cavity, an old leather-bound diary. The cover was worn and cracked with age, the binding fragile and frayed. I felt a shiver of anticipation mixed with a hint of trepidation. What secrets could this old book possibly hold? The diary had clearly been hidden for decades. The pages, yellowed and brittle, crackled as I opened them. My eyes skimmed over the elegant, flowing script of the first entry, dated from the late 1960s. The handwriting was meticulous, almost obsessive, and as I read on, a chill crept over me. The entries began innocuously enough, detailing the daily routines of the diarist. But as I continued, the content became eerily personal. The writer described events and emotions with a disturbing level of detail and accuracy, events that mirrored my own life with unsettling precision. The first entry that caught my eye was dated October 12, 1969. It spoke of a recent move to a new house in a quiet neighborhood. The writer detailed the excitement and anxiety of starting anew, and then went on to describe the house with uncanny accuracy, right down to the very layout and decor. I shivered as I read the description of the living room, the one I was currently refurbishing. As I turned the pages, it became clear that the diary was a chronicle of events that had unfolded in my life, or rather, in the life of someone who looked exactly like me. The writer described personal milestones with precise detail, the first day of school, the awkward teenage years, and even the recent breakup with my long-term partner. Each entry felt like a direct reflection of my own experiences. One particular entry, dated August 14, 1975, described a harrowing event that had happened to the writer, the very event I had experienced a few years prior. The diary detailed a car accident in eerie detail, from the location and the impact to the aftermath and the lingering pain. I had never spoken publicly about this incident, and yet here it was, documented with intimate knowledge. The further I read, the more I became entangled in the writer's life. The diary recounted not just my experiences, but also my deepest fears and insecurities. There were detailed observations about my family, my friends, and even the way I thought. The entries took on a darker tone as the writer's observations grew more intrusive and unsettling. In one entry dated January 2, 1980, the writer described a night spent awake, haunted by a sense of being watched. They detailed feelings of paranoia and dread, feelings that had plagued me on many a restless night. The descriptions were so accurate that it felt like reading a page from my own personal journal. My hands trembled as I turned the pages, struggling to understand the connection between myself and this mysterious writer. How could someone have known so much about my life, my innermost thoughts and experiences? The diary had been hidden in the floorboards of my own house, which only added to the creeping sense of invasion. Then came the most disturbing entry, dated October 3, 1982. It described a confrontation with a stranger who had appeared at the writer's door, asking questions about their life and experiences. The stranger seemed to know personal details, and the encounter ended with the writer feeling profoundly unsettled and violated. I realized with a jolt that this entry mirrored a recent incident in my life, when an unfamiliar person had approached me with probing questions about my past. I couldn't shake the growing sense of dread. Who was this writer, and why did their life so closely resemble mine? Had someone been following me all these years, documenting my every move and thought? I began to question the very fabric of my own reality. Was this diary a record of my life, or had I somehow become part of someone else's story? The final entries were the most cryptic. They spoke of a growing sense of paranoia, the feeling of being trapped in a cycle with no way out. The writer described an impending sense of doom, the sensation of being observed from the shadows. The entries ended abruptly, as if the writer had been interrupted or silenced. As I closed the diary, the room felt suddenly colder, the light from the afternoon sun less comforting. The discovery had opened a door to something I wasn't prepared to face. The diary's revelations had not only mirrored my life, but had also introduced an unsettling possibility that my reality had been manipulated or observed in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. I replaced the floorboard carefully, feeling the weight of the hidden knowledge. The diary remained a haunting reminder of a life entwined with my own and the unanswered questions that gnawed at me. Who had written it, and why? Was my life truly my own, or was I merely a chapter in someone else's story? As night fell, I sat alone in my living room, the diary resting beside me. The house, once a sanctuary, now seemed laden with secrets and shadows. The diary's presence was a stark reminder that there were aspects of my existence beyond my understanding, lurking just beneath the surface. Story 9. The rain was relentless that evening, a constant drumming against the windows as I sat at my kitchen table, the dim light casting long shadows across the room. The mysterious phone calls and unsettling gifts had left me on edge, but what had happened today had escalated the situation to a new level of fear. It began when I was at a local coffee shop, trying to escape the chaos of my apartment and clear my mind. As I sipped my coffee, a stranger approached me. He was an elderly man with a weathered face and eyes that seemed to have seen too much. He wore a long dark coat and carried a satchel that seemed worn with age. "Excuse me," he said in a voice that was raspy yet compelling. "I believe this belongs to you." He handed me a small leather-bound journal. Its cover was cracked and faded, giving it an aura of forgotten history. I looked at him, confused. "I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?" The man's eyes were intense, almost pleading. "I cannot explain much, but the journal holds answers you need. You must read it before it's too late." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the rainy night. I stared at the journal for a moment before carefully opening it. The pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant yet erratic, as if written in haste. The first few entries were mundane, detailing the writer's daily life and minor events, but as I continued, I noticed something disturbing. Each entry seemed to predict future events with unnerving accuracy. The entries started with ordinary observations but quickly took a darker turn. They described incidents that I could distinctly remember happening, sometimes down to the smallest details. My pulse quickened as I realized that these were not just random events, they were my own experiences, recorded before they had happened. The journal described a period of intense personal conflict, foretelling arguments and betrayals that had actually occurred. It even mentioned my recent phone calls and gifts, describing them with chilling precision. Whoever had written this journal had known about my life in an eerie and unsettling way. The entries grew more ominous as I read on. One entry described a foreboding situation where the writer had been followed home, their movements carefully watched. It detailed how the writer was trapped in their own home with the invader closing in on them. The description matched my own experience of feeling watched and being unable to catch the intruder on camera. My anxiety mounted with each line I read. I flipped through the pages, desperate to find something hopeful or reassuring. Instead, the journal's predictions grew increasingly violent and disturbing. It described future events with vivid detail, including an encounter that would take place in my own home. The final entry, written in bold, frantic script, sent a shiver down my spine. August 12, 2024. The time is near. The darkness that has been creeping into your life will soon reach its climax. The one who watches and writes has seen your every move and is coming to collect. Tonight, as the clock strikes 12, you will face the culmination of their plans. The mirror you've received is the gateway. Beware, for the final act is about to unfold. My hands trembled as I read the final words. I could hardly breathe, my mind racing to piece together the message. The journal seemed to suggest that the strange occurrences in my life were not random but part of a calculated plan by someone who knew my future and had sinister intentions. I glanced at the clock. It was almost midnight. The sense of dread that had been creeping into my life now felt palpable, like a cold hand wrapping around my heart. I knew I had to confront whatever awaited me, but the idea of facing an unknown threat was terrifying. With the journal clutched tightly in my hand, I made my way to the living room where the mirror, the latest gift, stood ominously. The mirror's ornate frame seemed to glint with a malevolent energy. I had noticed it earlier, but its significance had not fully hit me until now. The journal's warning had mentioned it as a gateway. As the clock struck 12, I stood in front of the mirror, the room bathed in a dim, eerie light. My reflection stared back at me, but the air seemed to grow colder, and shadows danced around the edges of the glass. My pulse pounded in my ears as I waited for something to happen. Nothing seemed to change at first, and just as I began to question the journal's validity, I heard a noise behind me, a soft, almost imperceptible rustling. I turned slowly to find nothing but the emptiness of my living room, but then a voice echoed from the mirror, the same voice I had heard during the phone call. "You've done well to arrive," it said with a chilling calmness. "Now let's see how you handle the final act." My reflection began to distort, and I saw a figure emerging from within the mirror's surface, a shadowy silhouette of a person. Panic surged through me, and I tried to back away, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. The figure stepped out, taking on a more defined shape. It was the same elderly man who had given me the journal. "You shouldn't have meddled," he said, his voice now resonating with a deep, menacing tone. "This was never meant for you." The room felt like it was closing in, and I could feel the weight of the stranger's intentions pressing down on me. Desperation gave me strength, and I grabbed the journal, throwing it against the mirror with all my might. The glass shattered, and the figure vanished with the splintered reflections. In the aftermath, the mirror was a broken mess, and the room fell silent. I was left standing in the debris, my heart racing, unsure of what had just transpired. The journal lay amidst the shards, its pages fluttering as if whispering secrets I could no longer decipher. I had survived the night, but the experience left me shaken and with more questions than answers. The journal was now a relic of a night that had blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. It was clear that the stranger's predictions were not merely about observing my life, but manipulating it in ways I could scarcely comprehend. The ominous message had warned me of the final act, but I was left to grapple with the consequences of having survived it, unsure of what future awaited me in the wake of that chilling confrontation. Story 10. It was a crisp November evening when I first noticed something was amiss with Max. We had been friends since college, bonded over late-night study sessions, shared jokes, and countless weekends spent exploring new restaurants and cafes in the city. Max had always been the reliable one, the friend who never missed a beat when it came to being supportive. So when he started to act strangely, it was both confusing and alarming. It began subtly. Max's phone seemed to be constantly vibrating, and he would often excuse himself from our conversations to answer calls in hushed tones. When he did talk, he was curt and evasive, a stark contrast to his usual easygoing demeanor. His once frequent texts and calls became sporadic, and he started to cancel our plans with increasing frequency. I brushed off my concerns initially, attributing them to a busy work schedule or perhaps some personal issues he didn't want to share. But then I found myself in the middle of an unsettling discovery. It happened on a Saturday when I decided to surprise Max by dropping by his apartment to return a book I had borrowed. The front door was ajar, which was unusual given Max's usual fastidiousness about security. I knocked before stepping inside, and what I saw next froze me in my tracks. The apartment, usually tidy, was a disarray of clutter and strange items, stacks of unmarked envelopes, a few hastily concealed weapons, and a large duffel bag stuffed with cash. My mind raced, struggling to reconcile this hidden world with the Max I knew. Before I could process the implications, I heard the clatter of footsteps approaching. Panicked, I ducked behind a stack of boxes and waited, my heart pounding. Max entered the room, his expression shifting from confusion to shock when he saw the state of his apartment. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he demanded, trying to mask his alarm. "I was returning a book," I stammered, "but it looks like something's going on." "What's all this?" Max's face hardened. "It's not what you think. You shouldn't be here." His reaction confirmed my fears. He was hiding something, and whatever it was, It was serious. I decided to leave, telling him I'd come back another time, but the seed of suspicion had been planted deep within me. Over the next few weeks, I did some digging of my own. I found out that Max had been involved in a series of illicit activities that directly impacted my own safety. The first sign came when a friend from my building was robbed. The incident was brazen and frightening. Robbers had broken into their apartment in broad daylight, and though they took valuables, nothing indicated they were looking for anything specific. When I spoke to my friend, they mentioned seeing a few masked individuals lingering around the building in the days leading up to the robbery. Alarmed, I checked the local news and discovered similar crimes reported across the city. Each robbery seemed to follow a pattern. The criminals knew exactly when to strike and where to find their targets. A troubling thought formed in my mind. What if Max's activities were connected to these crimes? I began to notice odd coincidences. Max seemed increasingly agitated whenever the topic of crime came up, and his demeanor was noticeably more defensive. His recent erratic behavior, combined with the discovery of cash and weapons in his apartment, suggested he was deeply entangled in something far darker than I could have imagined. Unable to ignore the mounting evidence, I confronted Max. It was a tense evening filled with raw emotions and guarded confessions. Max finally admitted he was involved in a criminal ring, but he insisted he was only a small player, handling logistics and money transfers. He assured me he had no direct involvement in the robberies, but his guilt was palpable. "Why didn't you come to me for help?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Why drag me into this mess?" Max's eyes were filled with remorse. "I didn't want you to be part of this. I thought I could keep it separate. I never meant for you to get hurt." Despite his assurances, I couldn't shake the fear that his involvement might have put me and my loved ones at risk. Max offered to help me with security measures and promised to get out of the criminal world for good, but the damage was done. I took precautions, installing security systems in my home, changing routines, and being more vigilant about my surroundings. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. A friend I had trusted implicitly was now a source of potential danger. Though Max followed through on his promise to distance himself from his criminal ties, the sense of safety was hard to restore. As time passed, Max became a shadow of the friend I once knew. Our relationship changed fundamentally. I struggled with the duality of his existence. The friend who had once been so dependable now seemed like a stranger with a dark past. Despite the fear and mistrust, I found myself hoping for Max's redemption. I wanted to believe that people could change, that his desire to leave behind his criminal activities was genuine. But the scars left by the experience were deep, and trust is not easily mended. In the end, I learned the harsh reality that people can live double lives, and those hidden sides can profoundly impact those closest to them. While I hoped for Max's redemption, I understood that the betrayal would linger, a reminder of the shadows that can hide behind even the most familiar faces. Story 11. The room had been there all along, hidden just behind the walls of my house, but it was only now that I discovered its existence. It was an overcast afternoon when I stumbled upon the concealed space, the dim light from the cloudy sky barely penetrating the gloom of my basement. My house had always been a haven for me, nestled in a quiet suburban neighborhood. It was where I had built a life of comfort and familiarity. However, that sense of security had been eroded over the past few weeks. Strange occurrences, unexplained noises, and the mysterious disappearance of my dog Max had left me feeling uneasy in what was supposed to be my sanctuary. It all began when I was tidying up the basement, attempting to reclaim some sense of normalcy. The basement, with its cluttered storage and forgotten relics, had always been a place of disorganization. As I was moving boxes and old furniture, I noticed something odd, an area of the wall that felt different, a section that seemed to be slightly askew. Curiosity got the better of me, and I inspected the wall more closely. To my astonishment, I discovered that it wasn't a solid wall but a cleverly concealed door, its edges barely visible against the surrounding structure. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized that the door had been expertly hidden, likely for a long time. With trembling hands, I pried open the door. It creaked ominously as it swung inward, revealing a small, dark room that had been sealed off for years. The air inside was musty, thick with dust and neglect. I hesitated, the unsettling feeling of trespassing on forbidden territory making my heart pound, but I knew I had to see what was inside. The room was sparsely furnished. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a weak, flickering light. What caught my eye immediately, however, were the walls. They were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, meticulously arranged in a disturbing collage. The photos were of me, captured in various moments of my life, some mundane, others intensely private. The first set of photos showed me at everyday activities, leaving for work, grocery shopping, relaxing in my living room. As I scanned the images, my unease grew. It was clear that these were taken from a distance, capturing me in my most routine moments. But as I continued to examine the collection, the images grew more invasive. There were pictures of me sleeping, taken through my bedroom window. Others showed me in intimate moments, moments that were meant to be private, captured with an unsettling precision. The walls were also adorned with strange notes and markings, scribbled in a hurried scrawl. They seemed to be a mix of observations, cryptic messages, and personal reflections. One note read, "She's always so peaceful at night," while another said, "The walls hold her secrets." The messages were disjointed, but they painted a disturbing picture of someone who had been obsessively watching me. In the center of the room was a table covered with more evidence of the intruder's presence. There were notebooks filled with handwritten entries detailing observations about my daily life. The entries were alarmingly detailed, recounting not just my activities but also my thoughts and feelings, as if the writer had been privy to my innermost thoughts. I felt a surge of panic as I realized the extent to which someone had invaded my privacy. The knowledge that I had been under constant surveillance, my every move scrutinized, left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. It was as if my entire life had been a subject of someone's obsessive fascination. I noticed a small, old-fashioned video camera in the corner of the room. It was dusty and appeared to have been there for a long time. As I approached it, my hands shook uncontrollably. The camera was connected to a recording device. I hesitated for a moment before pressing the play button. The screen flickered to life, showing grainy footage of my home taken from various hidden cameras. The footage depicted intimate moments of my life, moments I had never suspected were being recorded. The video showed not only my daily routines but also my most private and vulnerable moments. The realization that someone had been watching me, recording my life without my knowledge, was horrifying. As I sat in the dim light of the hidden room, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The room had been meticulously maintained, indicating that the person who had created this disturbing space had a long-term plan. They had been watching me, studying me, and documenting my every move with an unsettling precision. I tried to piece together who might have done this and why. I thought of the mysterious note I had found on Max's new collar, the one suggesting that my home was not as safe as I believed. The note seemed to be a precursor to this discovery, a hint at the hidden dangers lurking in my life. It became clear that whoever had been watching me had planned their intrusion meticulously, leaving nothing to chance. The discovery of the hidden room was both a revelation and a curse. It answered some of my questions but also raised many more. Who had done this? Why had they chosen to invade my life so thoroughly? And most importantly, what were their intentions? As I left the room, sealing the door behind me, I knew I had to take immediate action. I needed to contact the authorities to report the invasion of my privacy and the disturbing evidence I had uncovered. But I also needed to protect myself, to ensure that the person responsible for this intrusion was held accountable and that my home could once again be a place of safety. The hidden room had shattered the illusion of security I had once taken for granted. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a place of fear and uncertainty. The revelations of that dark, concealed space would forever alter my sense of safety and privacy, leaving me with a haunting awareness of how closely someone had been watching me all along. Story 12. The first message arrived on a dreary Tuesday morning, nestled in the corner of my inbox among the usual spam and promotional offers. The subject line was innocuous enough: "We need to talk." I clicked on it absent-mindedly, expecting a routine email. Instead, my heart sank as I read the chilling content. "Hello, your name. I've been keeping an eye on you. I know things about you that you wouldn't want others to find out. If you don't comply with my demands, I'll make sure your deepest secrets are exposed." The message was anonymous, signed only with a cryptic symbol I didn't recognize. Attached was a photograph of me leaving my apartment, taken from a distance. It was clear that the sender had been watching me closely. Panic surged through me. I checked the rest of my emails, but there were no other clues. I debated whether to inform the authorities, but decided to tread carefully. The message's contents were unsettling but vague. It was also possible that someone was merely trying to intimidate me. The next day, a second email arrived. This one contained personal details that only someone close to me would know, information about my mother's recent illness and a family vacation we had planned. The message demanded I transfer a significant amount of money to an offshore account. The threat was direct: if I didn't comply, they would release compromising information about me. I was horrified. The knowledge that someone had access to such intimate details about my life made me feel exposed and vulnerable. I had no idea who could be behind this. I hadn't shared these details with anyone outside my immediate circle, and none of my friends or family seemed like they would do this. Desperate, I contacted the police. They took my case seriously and began investigating the anonymous threats. They traced the email to an IP address but found that it had been routed through multiple proxies, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the sender's exact location. The blackmail continued, and each message was more menacing than the last. The demands escalated. The next email instructed me to attend a specific location at a certain time, or they would release footage of me in a compromising situation. It was a video of me recorded in my own home while I was asleep. The invasion of privacy was horrifying, and I was forced to comply, hoping it would be the end. I started to feel the noose tightening around me. The anonymous sender seemed to know my every move, orchestrating events from the shadows. My sense of safety was obliterated. I began to second-guess everyone around me, struggling to identify who might be involved. Each interaction became a potential clue or lead in this terrifying game. One evening, after following the latest set of instructions, I was met with another email, this one containing even more personal information. They knew about a recent argument I had with a friend and a secret I had shared in confidence. The sender's demands were growing increasingly outrageous, and the situations they put me in were becoming dangerously public. The turning point came when the blackmailer demanded I break into a secured facility to obtain a confidential document. I was horrified by the idea, but they threatened that failure to comply would result in exposing a scandalous lie about a close family member. The stakes were too high, and I was left with no choice but to carry out their demands. I meticulously planned the break-in, hoping it would fulfill the blackmailer's demands and free me from their grip. As I entered the facility, I felt a mix of dread and determination. Every shadow seemed menacing, every noise amplified in my heightened state of fear. I completed the task, but the blackmailer's hold was not easily shaken. The next email contained a new threat. I had to sabotage a public event I was scheduled to speak at. The idea of harming my own reputation and career was unbearable, but the blackmailer's threats left me with little choice. I was trapped in a web of manipulation and fear. The final confrontation came unexpectedly. One night, as I was returning home, I received a call from a blocked number. The voice on the other end was distorted but unmistakably familiar. It was someone I knew well, someone I had once trusted implicitly. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer. The blackmailer was someone from my inner circle. In a state of shock, I confronted this person, revealing that I knew their identity. They were initially defensive but eventually broke down, admitting their actions. The motives were complex: jealousy, resentment, and a desperate need for control. They had used their knowledge of my life to manipulate and coerce me into fulfilling their demands. The authorities were able to apprehend the blackmailer, and the threats ceased. The emotional toll was immense. The betrayal left deep scars, and I struggled to rebuild my sense of trust and security. The experience had shattered my sense of safety and had exposed the vulnerabilities in my life that I hadn't fully acknowledged. In the aftermath, I sought therapy to help process the trauma and began taking steps to restore my sense of normalcy. I implemented stronger security measures and became more cautious about who I let into my life. The ordeal was a harsh reminder of the fragility of trust and the importance of safeguarding personal information. As time passed, I gradually found a semblance of peace. The shadows of the past continued to linger, but I worked diligently to rebuild my life and regain control over my sense of security. The experience had changed me, but it also fortified my resolve to face challenges with resilience and vigilance. Story 13. The discovery came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. I had spent the morning sifting through old family documents and personal files, trying to get my life in order after the recent string of unsettling events. The house was eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if it were a participant in the quiet tension that had gripped me for weeks. It was then that I stumbled upon an envelope buried in a stack of papers. The envelope was marked with a stamp from a law firm I didn't recognize. Curiosity piqued, I carefully opened it. Inside was a letter from a lawyer's office detailing an array of legal issues surrounding a series of transactions and agreements made in my name. My heart pounded as I skimmed through the letter, which mentioned several business deals, property purchases, and even a lease agreement for a luxury apartment, none of which I had ever authorized or even heard of. The letter described the transactions as being conducted by someone using my name and personal information. It was clear that someone had managed to create a false identity with my details and was living a life dangerously close to my own. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I read through the details. Each line added to the weight of my dread. The document included addresses, bank accounts, and even a list of phone numbers associated with this imposter. I spent the next few hours frantically trying to piece together what had happened. I called the lawyer's office for more information, but they were unhelpful, insisting that I needed to contact the police or a fraud investigator to resolve the matter. I made a quick call to the police department, but they seemed overwhelmed and advised me to file a formal report in person the following morning. I arrived at the local police station clutching the letter in a folder filled with my own personal documents for comparison. The officer who took my report was skeptical but sympathetic. He promised to pass the information on to a fraud specialist within the department. It wasn't much, but it was a start. As I left the station, I felt a growing sense of unease. The thought of someone out there living a life that was almost identical to my own was disorienting. I couldn't shake the feeling that this imposter might be lurking closer than I realized. I had to act quickly to protect my identity and stop any further damage. I took the advice of the police and contacted a private investigator, a woman named Linda with a reputation for handling complex fraud cases. She arrived at my house the next day and took stock of the situation. Linda was professional and efficient, immediately setting to work by tracking down the addresses and phone numbers listed in the lawyer's letter. As Linda dug into the details, I did my own digging. I contacted my bank to report the potential fraud and placed a fraud alert on my credit report. I also reached out to the various institutions mentioned in the letter, notifying them of the identity theft. It was a disheartening process, but I was determined to fight back. Linda's investigation led her to several addresses linked to the imposter. The first few were dead ends, vacant properties or businesses that had long since closed. However, one address stood out. It was a high-end apartment complex in a part of town I wasn't familiar with. Linda suggested we check it out the following week. We arrived at the apartment complex. It was an upscale building with a polished lobby and a doorman who eyed us suspiciously as we entered. Linda flashed her credentials and explained the situation. The doorman, though initially reluctant, eventually agreed to help. He confirmed that a person matching the imposter's description had indeed been living in one of the units, but they had recently moved out. We obtained the forwarding address from the building's records. With this new information, Linda and I drove to the new address, a posh neighborhood on the outskirts of town. As we approached the residence, a sense of urgency consumed me. I wondered what kind of life this imposter had been leading and if it had any connection to the ominous messages and the mysterious grave I had encountered. The new residence was a well-maintained townhouse. Linda knocked on the door while I waited anxiously. After a few moments, a young woman in her early 30s answered. She looked puzzled as Linda explained the situation and showed her credentials. "I don't know what you're talking about," the woman said, her voice trembling slightly. "I've been living here for a few months, but I've never used anyone else's identity." Linda was sharp and unyielding. She questioned the woman further, and after some pressing, it became clear that the woman had been a victim of the imposter's actions as well. She had been duped into renting the townhouse under false pretenses, believing she was dealing with legitimate agents. With the woman's cooperation, Linda was able to gather more information. It turned out the imposter had been using various stolen identities to live a life of luxury while leaving a trail of deceit and fraud. We discovered that this individual had not only been mimicking my life, but had also been involved in multiple illegal activities. The investigation eventually led to a larger network of fraud and identity theft. The imposter was apprehended, and the authorities were able to piece together the full extent of the crimes. The stolen identity was deactivated, and measures were put in place to prevent further misuse. The relief was palpable, but the ordeal left me shaken. The experience had eroded my sense of security and trust. I had to rebuild my life from the ground up, and though the immediate threat was gone, the scars of the invasion lingered. As I began to piece my life back together, I couldn't help but reflect on the strange series of events that had brought me to this point. The cryptic messages, the grave, and the imposter had all seemed like disconnected threads, but they had woven a chilling tapestry of deceit and danger. Despite the resolution, I remained vigilant, forever changed by the haunting experience of living under the shadow of an imposter who had dangerously mirrored my own existence. Story 14. The quiet hum of my laptop filled the room as I worked from my home office, a space I had meticulously arranged for comfort and efficiency. The workday had been going smoothly until a curious discovery interrupted my concentration. It was late afternoon when I decided to take a short break and stretch my legs. As I walked around the office, I noticed something unusual on my desk, a large manila envelope that I didn't remember placing there. I approached the desk with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The envelope was unmarked and bore no return address. With a sense of unease, I carefully opened it and pulled out a thick dossier. The first page was a cover sheet with my name prominently displayed, followed by a title that sent a shiver down my spine: Personal Research Report. The initial shock quickly gave way to a frantic urge to understand what I was dealing with. I flipped through the pages, each one more unsettling than the last. The dossier was an extensive compilation of information about my life, meticulously organized and alarmingly detailed. It seemed as though someone had been shadowing me for months, if not years. The first section was a detailed biography. It included basic facts like my full name, birth date, and educational background, but it went far beyond that. It detailed every job I had held, including brief periods of employment that I had long forgotten. There were notes on my previous addresses, complete with maps and handwritten observations about my daily routines. As I turned the page, the dossier shifted to a more personal realm. There were sections on my family and friends, containing photographs of my relatives and friends, some of which had been taken at social gatherings I had thought were private. It listed names, relationships, and even personal anecdotes. The level of detail was chilling. It was as if someone had been present at every significant moment of my life, documenting everything with an unsettling precision. The dossier included an exhaustive section on my work habits and professional achievements. It detailed projects I had completed, meetings I had attended, and even private conversations I had had with colleagues. There were notes on my work preferences, my strengths and weaknesses, and even my typical work hours. It was as if someone had been monitoring my every move, scrutinizing my performance and behaviors. The next section was devoted to my personal interests and hobbies. It cataloged my favorite activities, the places I frequented, and my travel history. There were entries on books I had read, movies I had watched, and restaurants I had dined at. I found lists of my favorite recipes, detailed notes on my fitness routine, and even observations about my online shopping habits. The dossier then moved into more troubling territory, my private life. It contained information about my relationships, including romantic interests. There were detailed notes about past and present partners, including intimate details I had never shared publicly. It seemed as though someone had been piecing together every fragment of my personal history, from the mundane to the deeply personal. The final section of the dossier was the most disturbing. It was a collection of handwritten notes and photographs that detailed my daily routines in recent months. There were descriptions of my morning routine, my visits to the gym, and even my interactions with neighbors. The photographs included images of me leaving my house, walking to my car, and sitting in local cafes. Some of these images were so recent that they could only have been taken in the last few weeks. Panic surged through me as I realized the extent of the invasion. It was clear that someone had been stalking me, gathering information, and documenting my every move. The thoroughness of the research suggested a level of obsession that was both alarming and frightening. I couldn't fathom who could have done this or why they would be so intent on monitoring my life so closely. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my racing thoughts. The first step was to contact the authorities. I dialed the police, providing them with all the details of the dossier and the unsettling discovery. They assured me they would send someone over to investigate, but the wait felt interminable. While waiting, I took inventory of my home and office, checking for any signs of tampering or surveillance equipment. I found nothing out of the ordinary, but the feeling of being watched was pervasive. I considered the possibility that the dossier might have been intended as a form of intimidation or manipulation rather than a genuine threat. Nevertheless, the sense of violation was profound. The police arrived and took the dossier into evidence. They conducted a preliminary investigation, including questioning me about any potential suspects or recent conflicts. I couldn't think of anyone who would have had a motive to invade my privacy to this extent. The investigation, they said, would take time, and they promised to keep me informed of any developments. In the weeks that followed, I made several changes to my routine and home security. I installed additional security cameras, changed my passwords, and began to be more cautious about my personal information. The experience left me feeling exposed and wary, but I was determined not to let it consume my life. Despite the police investigation and the increased security measures, the dossier remained a haunting reminder of the breach. The sense of being watched never fully dissipated, and I found myself constantly on edge. The case remained unsolved, leaving me with more questions than answers. I slowly tried to return to a semblance of normalcy, but the experience had left an indelible mark. The dossier was a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy could be compromised, and it served as a chilling lesson in the importance of vigilance and security in an increasingly intrusive world. Story 15. It was a chilly November afternoon when I met Ethaner at a quaint cafe in downtown. Ethan was a well-known author whose books were renowned for their intricate plots and deep psychological insights. I had been struggling with my own manuscript, a novel that I had been working on for months but felt had hit a creative wall. When Ethan, whom I had reached out to for advice, agreed to help, I was thrilled. It felt like a golden opportunity to inject some fresh ideas into my work and perhaps overcome the creative stagnation I had been facing. Our initial meeting was casual, filled with talk about writing processes, publishing, and the occasional sip of coffee. Ethan was articulate and charismatic, and he seemed genuinely interested in my novel's premise. He offered constructive feedback and suggestions, and I felt a renewed sense of purpose as we discussed my characters and plot. His insights were sharp, and his enthusiasm was infectious. I left the cafe feeling invigorated, eager to incorporate his suggestions into my manuscript. Over the following weeks, Ethan and I continued our correspondence. He provided detailed notes on my drafts, and our discussions frequently shifted from emails to phone calls. As I began implementing his suggestions, I noticed that his ideas, while brilliant, seemed to increasingly parallel events from my own life, events that were intensely personal and, in some cases, unsettling. One of Ethan's early suggestions was to introduce a character who experienced a traumatic event that mirrored a difficult period in my own past. I had written about a character struggling with a vague sense of loss, but Ethan suggested making it more specific and personal. His idea was to include an event similar to a family tragedy I had experienced years ago, something I had only hinted at in my book. It felt uncanny and invasive, but I brushed it off as a coincidence. However, as Ethan's revisions progressed, the parallels became even more disturbing. He proposed a plot twist involving a secret relationship between two characters, one that uncannily mirrored a real-life conflict I had with a close friend. The characters' motives and the fallout from their relationship seemed to reflect my own personal experiences, almost as if he had been privy to my private struggles. The resemblance was so precise that it was impossible to ignore. Things took a darker turn when Ethan suggested incorporating a subplot about a mysterious figure who stalks the protagonist. This subplot was eerily similar to a recent unsettling experience I had. A few months ago, I had begun receiving anonymous letters detailing aspects of my daily life and expressing unsettlingly accurate observations. The letters had ceased, but the memory of that invasion of privacy lingered. Ethan's suggestion felt like he was touching upon something that was still very raw and unsettling for me. Despite my growing unease, I continued working with Ethan. I was torn between the desire to make my book a success and the creeping sense that something was not right. Ethan's suggestions were undeniably compelling and improved my manuscript, but they were too close to my personal life, to the point of disturbing accuracy. One evening, After an especially unsettling phone call where Ethan's suggestions seemed to dive deep into my personal affairs, I decided to confront him. I invited him to my apartment for a discussion, hoping to address my concerns directly. I was nervous but resolute. I had to understand why his ideas seemed to mirror my life so precisely. Ethan arrived on time, carrying a leather briefcase and an air of confidence. We sat down at my dining table, surrounded by drafts and notes. I took a deep breath and broached the subject. "Ethan, I need to talk about something that's been troubling me. Your suggestions, some of them seem eerily similar to events in my own life. It's unsettling." Ethan's face shifted from one of interest to one of concern. "I assure you, I didn't mean to intrude or cause any discomfort. I was just trying to make the story more compelling and relatable. But it's not just about making the story relatable," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "It's about how closely your suggestions align with personal, private experiences. It feels like a violation." Ethan's demeanor changed. He seemed to grow defensive. "You're overreacting. As a writer, it's my job to understand the emotional depths of my characters. If some of my suggestions reflect your experiences, it's purely coincidental. My intention was to help, not to pry." I was taken aback by his response. "Coincidental? How do you explain the subplot about the stalker? How do you explain your knowledge of my personal life? It's not just about the book, it's about my privacy." Ethan's eyes hardened. Sometimes the line between fiction and reality blurs. As a writer, I delve into the darkest corners of human experience. Maybe I've pushed too hard, but that's part of the process. The conversation left me feeling disoriented and conflicted. Ethan's defensiveness and rationalizations made me question the boundary between creative collaboration and personal intrusion. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that his involvement in my manuscript had become dangerously entwined with my private life. I decided to end our professional relationship. I thanked Ethan for his help but explained that I needed to finish the book on my own terms. It was important for me to regain control over my own story, both the one I was writing and the one I was living. Ethan left, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. As I sat down to revise my manuscript, I felt a profound sense of relief. I focused on the story I wanted to tell, unburdened by the unsettling reflections of my personal life. The process of writing became cathartic, allowing me to explore my characters and plot without the invasive shadows of reality. In the end, Ethan's suggestions had pushed me to confront the boundaries between fiction and reality. It was a painful lesson in maintaining control over one's own narrative, both on the page and in life. And as I continued writing, I did so with a renewed awareness of the delicate line between creative inspiration and personal privacy. Story 16. It was a normal Tuesday when I first noticed something was wrong. I had been busy all day, back-to-back meetings and a stack of reports to finish by the evening. I was looking forward to a relaxing dinner and catching up on my favorite show, but when I pulled out my phone to check the latest news, I saw a series of notifications that made my blood run cold. My phone buzzed with new messages, not from friends or colleagues, but from my own contacts. I clicked on the first one, expecting perhaps a new social media alert or a spam message. Instead, it was a message from my friend Sarah. Are you okay? I'm really worried. Why would you say you're in danger? Confused, I checked the sender. It was indeed from my number. I quickly opened the next message, sent to my colleague Dave. Please be careful. I know what happened last week. You're not safe. Each message was worse than the last. They weren't just random threats. They contained personal details about my life. Things only someone close to me or someone who had been watching me would know. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My phone had been hacked. Someone had access to my contacts and was using my number to spread alarm. I felt a surge of panic. My immediate instinct was to call Sarah and Dave to explain that I hadn't sent those messages and to reassure them, but when I tried to make the calls, I found my phone's connection disrupted. It seemed that whoever had hacked my phone had also compromised its ability to make calls. I was isolated and helpless. Desperate to regain control, I managed to access my email from my laptop. I quickly began drafting messages to my contacts, explaining the situation and asking them not to respond to any suspicious messages they received from my number. But as I was typing, I noticed more strange activity. A new email had arrived in my inbox from an anonymous account containing a link. I hesitated, but curiosity and urgency got the better of me, and I clicked on it. The link led to a site filled with information about me, photos, social media posts, and more personal details. It was as though someone had compiled a dossier on my life. At the top of the page was a single line of text, "You're being watched." This is just the beginning. I was on edge. I knew I needed to act fast. I contacted my phone provider and reported the breach, but they couldn't help immediately. They promised to investigate, but it would take time. In the meantime, I tried to piece together how the breach had happened. I'd always been cautious with my phone security, using strong passwords and two-factor authentication, but clearly someone had found a way around these protections. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and confusion. I avoided using my phone whenever possible and relied on my laptop for communication. I started receiving more messages from my hacked number, each one more alarming and personalized than the last. One message read, "I know where you live. You should be more careful about leaving your door unlocked." I felt constantly on edge, as if I was being watched at every turn. My home no longer felt like a sanctuary, it felt like a trap. I made sure to double-check locks and security systems, but the feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. I reached out to the police, who took the matter seriously but faced limitations due to the nature of the cybercrime. They advised me to be vigilant and continue documenting all suspicious activity. I also contacted a cybersecurity expert who confirmed my fears. The hacker had likely used sophisticated techniques to gain access to my phone and contacts. As days passed, I became more determined to understand who was behind this and why they were targeting me. I started looking into any recent changes or events in my life that might have led to this invasion. I retraced my steps and reviewed recent interactions, but nothing stood out as a clear motive. But one evening, while reviewing my email for any further clues, I noticed an unusual pattern in the times the messages had been sent. It seemed as though the messages were being sent at specific intervals, almost like clockwork. This realization made me think that the hacker might have been using an automated system, but with enough human intervention to ensure the messages were timely and relevant. I decided to set up a trap. I created a fake email address and sent a message to the anonymous account, pretending to be someone else. I wrote about an imminent meeting and hinted at a significant piece of information that I would be revealing. My hope was to draw the hacker out and gather more information about their identity or motives. The response came almost immediately, but it was unexpected. The hacker replied with a single sentence, "Your curiosity will be your undoing." Fear and frustration surged through me. I was dealing with someone who was not just technically skilled but also psychologically manipulative. Their threats were designed to destabilize me, to keep me off balance and fearful. Despite the intense anxiety, I knew I had to stay focused. I continued to work with the cybersecurity expert and the police. Eventually, we managed to trace some of the activities to a particular IP address, though it was masked and difficult to pinpoint. The whole experience was a harrowing lesson in how vulnerable we can be to digital threats. It took weeks of relentless effort to regain control of my phone and secure my digital life. I had to change all my passwords, set up new security measures, and remain vigilant against any further intrusions. Even as the immediate threat began to wane, the psychological impact remained. The hacker's ability to exploit my personal information and manipulate my contacts left me with a lasting sense of unease. I learned to be more cautious and to prioritize my digital security, but the experience also made me more aware of the fragile boundary between privacy and exposure in the digital age. Story 17. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when the knock on my door came, shattering the calm of my routine. I opened it to find two uniformed officers standing on my doorstep, their expressions grim. They informed me that I was being charged with theft, a crime I knew I hadn't committed. My initial reaction was disbelief. I had always lived a quiet, law-abiding life. As they handed me the summons, I noticed the details of the alleged crime, a break-in at a local business, with evidence pointing directly to me. The shock of the accusation turned into confusion as I reviewed the case against me. The evidence was damning: fingerprints at the scene, surveillance footage showing a person with a striking resemblance to me, and even a witness who claimed to have seen me near the crime location. The more I looked into it, the clearer it became that this was no mere coincidence. Someone had gone to great lengths to frame me. I hired a lawyer, an experienced defense attorney named Sarah, who assured me that we would uncover the truth. We started by examining the evidence. The fingerprints were particularly troubling, as they seemed to match mine almost too perfectly. Sarah suggested that we request the raw footage from the surveillance cameras to scrutinize the timestamps and image quality. The footage showed a figure with a similar build and clothing, but the face was obscured. The more we analyzed it, the more apparent it became that this footage had been tampered with. Sarah and I decided to revisit the crime scene to look for any inconsistencies or overlooked details. The business, a small electronics store, had been broken into through a rear window. The police report mentioned a struggle, with various items scattered around. As we investigated, I noticed something peculiar: a small set of footprints leading away from the window, which seemed too deliberate and placed with intent. With Sarah's help, we investigated the business's neighboring properties and found that the alleyway behind the store was frequently used by delivery trucks. It dawned on us that these footprints could have been part of a setup. We also spoke to the witness, a clerk from a nearby store who had identified me. However, his description was vague and inconsistent with the time of the alleged crime. We learned that he had been having trouble with his vision and had a history of misidentifying people. The more we dug, the more we uncovered unsettling truths. The witness turned out to have a personal grudge against me, stemming from a minor dispute months prior. Additionally, we discovered that the store's security system had been recently upgraded, and the footage was not as clear as it should have been. The idea of a conspiracy began to take shape, and the sense of being manipulated became inescapable. A breakthrough came when Sarah discovered a connection between the store owner and a local criminal who had a history of orchestrating elaborate schemes. This criminal, known for his involvement in various illegal activities, had recently been seen with someone who resembled me. We traced the criminal's recent activities and found evidence that he had been in the area during the time of the crime, raising the possibility that he was behind the frame-up. Our investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. The store owner had been under financial pressure and had apparently collaborated with the criminal to stage the break-in. The plan was to divert attention from the store's financial mismanagement by pinning the crime on someone else. My name had been chosen at random, and the evidence fabricated to fit the narrative. With this new information, Sarah and I went back to the authorities. We presented our findings, including the evidence of the setup and the connection between the store owner and the criminal. Initially, the police were skeptical, but as we provided more evidence, including testimonies from the criminal's associates who corroborated our claims, they began to take us seriously. The process of clearing my name was grueling. I was forced to attend several court hearings, each one a reminder of the nightmare I had been dragged into. But as the truth came to light, the false accusations began to crumble. The store owner and the criminal were both arrested, and the fabricated evidence was discredited. Throughout the ordeal, I felt like a pawn in a twisted game, manipulated and used for someone else's gain. The sense of violation and betrayal was profound. The legal system eventually exonerated me, but the scars of the experience lingered. It was not just about the crime I hadn't committed, but about the realization that there were people willing to destroy lives for their own benefit. Despite the resolution, the experience left me wary and distrustful. The ordeal had shown me how easily someone's life could be turned upside down by the machinations of others. The fight to clear my name had been exhausting, but it had also made me more resilient. I learned to value the truth above all else and to approach each day with cautious but determined optimism. In the end, I reclaimed my life, but the shadows of that dark period remained. The case had been a stark reminder of the fragility of justice and the importance of vigilance in the face of deception. The people who had orchestrated my frame-up were brought to justice, but their actions had left a lasting impact, reminding me that sometimes the darkest corners of our lives are illuminated by the harshest of truths. Story 18. The first puzzle piece arrived on a Tuesday morning, nestled among the usual stack of bills and junk mail. I almost missed it, but the edge of the envelope peeked out from behind a stack of catalogs. It was a small, nondescript envelope lacking any return address, with only my name scrawled in neat handwriting. Inside was a single puzzle piece with a jagged edge and a photograph of what looked like an old, weather-beaten house. The house was partially obscured by overgrown vines and trees, and the scene felt oddly familiar, though I couldn't place why. The back of the piece had a cryptic message written in fine, almost calligraphic ink. You remember this, but you remember why? My curiosity was piqued, but quickly overshadowed by the mundane duties of the day. I set the piece aside, dismissing it as some bizarre prank. It wasn't until the next day that another envelope arrived, this one containing a second puzzle piece. This one showed a close-up of a desk cluttered with what appeared to be old papers and photographs. There was a handwritten note on the back, piece by piece, you'll remember. The pattern continued over the following weeks, one piece of the puzzle arriving almost daily. Each piece depicted fragments of a larger image, a cluttered room, a faded family portrait, an old leather-bound book. Each new piece increased my growing unease, as the images seemed to hint at a part of my life I couldn't remember or understand. By the end of the month, I had accumulated nearly 24 pieces. I began assembling them on my dining room table, trying to piece together the strange mosaic that was emerging. As the puzzle came together, the image began to take shape. It was a dark, disheveled study with an ornate desk cluttered with documents and strange objects. A picture of a family hung crookedly on the wall, and an old book lay open with an unfamiliar, eerie inscription visible. Despite the unsettling nature of the image, the puzzle pieces themselves provided little insight into the meaning behind them. There was no return address on the envelopes and no clues in the notes. I was haunted by the strange sense of familiarity, coupled with the nagging realization that something crucial was being withheld from me. In the middle of the puzzle assembly, I received a final envelope. Inside was the last piece of the puzzle and a letter. The letter was typed and signed anonymously, "You've done well. Now you must understand. This puzzle reveals a chapter of your life that you've tried to forget. The truth is not always comfortable, but it is necessary. The house in the puzzle belonged to someone close to you, someone who disappeared from your life under strange circumstances. It's time you remembered. The answer lies in the old book depicted in the image. Find it, and you will uncover the truth." The letter left me in a state of confusion and dread. I racked my brain, trying to recall any missing chapters from my past. The house in the image looked like it could be from a neighborhood I once knew, and the desk filled with papers and photographs seemed like something out of a story I had forgotten. That night, I decided to visit my parents, hoping they might have some insight into these strange occurrences. I broached the subject with them delicately, showing them the puzzle pieces and asking if they recognized the house or any of the items in the image. Their faces turned pale as they studied the pieces. "That house, it's in your Aunt Margaret's old neighborhood," my mother finally said, her voice trembling. "She lived there before she vanished." I was stunned. Aunt Margaret had disappeared years ago, leaving no trace and no explanation. I had always been told she moved away and had chosen to sever ties with the family, but the details of her departure were murky and inconsistent. I had never given it much thought, assuming it was a personal choice or perhaps a fallout from family disputes. "The book," my father said, pointing at the open book in the puzzle image. Margaret had a collection of old books. I remember seeing one just like that at her place. It was rumored to be valuable and filled with old family secrets. Determined to find answers, I decided to visit the old house that matched the one in the puzzle. It was now a dilapidated structure on the edge of town, overgrown with ivy and clearly abandoned. With a growing sense of trepidation, I made my way inside. The interior was as I'd seen in the puzzle: dust-covered furniture, old photographs, and stacks of documents. I found the desk from the image and, to my astonishment, the old book was still there, nestled among other forgotten items. The book was bound in cracked leather, and the inscription was indeed unsettling, an account of family secrets and hidden truths, written in a language that seemed both archaic and personal. As I carefully leafed through the pages, I discovered a handwritten section detailing a dark family secret, a history of illicit activities, betrayals, and hidden identities. Aunt Margaret had been deeply involved in these activities, and her disappearance was a result of an internal power struggle. The book was a record of her attempts to protect herself and her family by documenting the truth. The revelations were shattering. The puzzle pieces, once mere fragments of a disturbing image, had led me to uncover a hidden and uncomfortable truth about my family. Aunt Margaret had not simply left, she had vanished to escape a dangerous past that had been intricately tied to our own. As I left the house, the puzzle pieces now seemed like fragments of a forgotten history that had been forced into the light. The eerie truth uncovered was unsettling but also liberating. It explained the mysteries and gaps in my family's past, and it was a stark reminder that some truths, no matter how disturbing, need to be faced in order to understand the present. Story 19. The late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across my doorstep as I arrived home from work. It had been an exhausting day filled with back-to-back meetings and deadlines that seemed to stretch endlessly. As I fumbled for my keys, my eyes fell upon a plain, unmarked package lying on the doormat. Its presence was unusual. I hadn't ordered anything recently and wasn't expecting any deliveries. The package was small, wrapped in brown paper, and had no return address or sender information. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up, the weight of the unknown making my palms sweat. I tried to calm my racing thoughts, telling myself it was probably a misdelivered item or a package meant for a neighbor, but something about the package's mysterious arrival unsettled me, igniting an annoying sense of unease. Inside, the package contained a single letter. The envelope was unadorned, and the letter within was written on plain white paper. As I unfolded it, my hands trembled slightly. The letter was typed, with each word carefully chosen and arranged in a methodical manner. I began to read, my eyes scanning the words that seemed to grow darker with every line. Dear you, don't know me, but I know you very well. Over the past few months, I have been observing you closely, documenting your every move. What you see as private moments, what you believe to be your own personal space, is anything but secure. You may have thought you were safe, but I have made sure that your most intimate and private moments have been captured. From your quiet evenings alone to the moments you believed were hidden from the world, I have been there, watching, recording, and storing away the details of your life. I have become quite adept at infiltrating your life unnoticed. Every routine you follow, every secret you keep, has been noted and preserved. The photographs and videos you discovered in the hidden room were only a small part of what I have collected. They are a reminder of the lengths I am willing to go to ensure compliance. Now you are at a crossroads. You can choose to ignore this message, but be warned, doing so will lead to the exposure of your most private and compromising moments. These will be made public, and the details of your life will be laid bare for all to see. Your reputation, your privacy, and everything you hold dear will be at stake. Alternatively, you have the opportunity to make a choice. I have certain demands that must be met for you to protect yourself and keep your life from unraveling. You will find these demands enclosed with this letter. Failure to comply will result in the exposure of the information I possess. This is your chance to take control and safeguard your privacy. Do not mistake this as an idle threat. I have the means and the willingness to follow through on my promises. The choice is yours. Sincerely, the Observer. My hands shook as I finished reading the letter. The message was clear, and its implications were terrifying. Someone had been watching me, gathering incriminating evidence, and now they were using that information to coerce me into submission. The letter wasn't just a threat, it was a calculated move to instill fear and manipulate me into compliance. I quickly glanced through the envelope's contents, finding a second sheet tucked inside. It was a list of demands, written in the same precise typeface. The demands were specific and unsettling. Transfer a sum of money to an offshore account. Provide access to your personal computer and digital files. Meet with a representative of mine at a designated location. The demands were absurd and invasive. They required financial sacrifice, a breach of my digital privacy, and a face-to-face meeting with an unknown individual. I felt a surge of panic and helplessness. This was not just about money, it was about control and coercion. The letter and demands left me feeling cornered. I had to make a decision, but my mind was clouded with fear and confusion. The thought of having my private moments exposed was unbearable, but complying with the demands felt like surrendering control over my life. I needed to act quickly but cautiously. I decided to contact the authorities immediately. I gathered the letter, the list of demands, and the package, and then dialed 911. The police arrived within the hour, and I handed over the evidence, explaining everything that had happened, including the hidden room and the disturbing contents I had found. The officers took the package and letter for analysis, and they assured me that they would investigate the situation thoroughly. They advised me to avoid complying with the demands and to take precautions for my safety. Their reassurance was somewhat comforting, but the anxiety of being watched and threatened persisted. As the days passed, I felt a constant sense of dread. The knowledge that someone had been so intimately involved in my life, observing and documenting my every move, left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. I took measures to secure my home, upgraded my security system, and remained vigilant, but the fear of the unknown lingered. The investigation into the threats and the identity of the perpetrator was ongoing, but the results were slow to materialize. The lack of concrete leads and the sophistication of the intrusion made the case challenging. Each day brought a mix of hope and despair, and the weight of the situation seemed to grow heavier. Despite the fear and uncertainty, I tried to reclaim some semblance of normality. I continued with my daily routines, though they were now tinged with a sense of paranoia. The letter's threats had upended my life, but I resolved to face the situation with as much courage as I could muster. In the end, the package had been a catalyst for a painful revelation, the realization that my sense of privacy and security had been irrevocably breached. The shadows of surveillance and manipulation cast a long, dark shadow over my life, but I was determined to fight back and protect whatever was left of my dignity and freedom. Story 20. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I was scrolling through my social media feed on a quiet Sunday morning when I stumbled upon a post that caught my eye. It was a long, detailed accusation about a local individual, someone who, to my horror, was me. The post described heinous acts in such detail that it was almost impossible to ignore. My initial reaction was disbelief. Surely this was some sort of mistake or a cruel prank. But as I read further, the level of detail in the accusations made my stomach churn. The post included specific incidents from my life, places I had been, and even intimate details that only someone close to me would know. The anonymity of the post did nothing to quell the rising panic. It was as if someone had delved into the deepest corners of my life and pulled out every secret they could find, weaving them into a disturbing narrative. I frantically scrolled through the comments. There was a flurry of responses, some supportive, but many were vicious and condemning. The more I read, the more I realized the damage was spreading. Friends, colleagues, and acquaintances were all seeing the post, and it was rapidly gaining traction. I felt a wave of nausea and disbelief. This was not just an attack on my character, it was an assault on my very existence. I had to act quickly to mitigate the damage, but the questions swirling in my mind were overwhelming. Who could be behind this? What did they hope to achieve? I decided to take immediate action. The first step was to address the situation head-on. I composed a detailed, heartfelt response to the accusations, addressing each point with clarity and honesty. I emphasized that the allegations were false and that I was committed to cooperating with any investigation that would clear my name. I posted this response on my social media accounts and reached out to the platform administrators to report the defamatory content. Despite my efforts, the post continued to circulate. The more I tried to defend myself, the more I seemed to be drawn into the quicksand of public scrutiny. The accusations were detailed and frighteningly accurate, which made it difficult for people to simply dismiss them as baseless. The nature of the claims made me question if there was some hidden truth behind them, or if they were purely the result of someone's malicious intent. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and frustration. I contacted a lawyer to explore legal options. The lawyer advised me to gather evidence that could refute the claims and to continue cooperating with the authorities. I compiled all relevant documents, messages, and alibis that could demonstrate my innocence. The emotional toll was immense, and I struggled to maintain my composure as the days dragged on. In parallel, I tried to piece together who could be behind this. I reviewed recent interactions and relationships, searching for any signs of hostility or resentment. I was especially cautious of people who had been in my inner circle, as the accuracy of the accusations suggested insider knowledge. Every encounter, every conversation was scrutinized for clues. As I delved deeper into my personal relationships, I began to notice subtle changes in the behavior of a few individuals. One friend in particular had seemed increasingly distant and evasive. We had had a recent falling out, which I had dismissed as a simple disagreement, but now it seemed significant in a way I hadn't anticipated. I decided to confront this friend. The conversation was uncomfortable and tense. I expressed my concerns and laid out the evidence that led me to suspect them. They vehemently denied any involvement, and their distress seemed genuine. They offered support and even helped me gather more evidence to refute the accusations. Still, their reaction left me conflicted. Was this a genuine plea for understanding, or was it an elaborate facade? The days turned into weeks, and the investigation continued. The authorities were able to trace the source of the anonymous posts to a series of encrypted accounts, but they found no direct link to anyone specific. The process of uncovering the truth was slow and arduous, and the lack of clear answers only fueled my anxiety. Eventually, I received a breakthrough. An anonymous tip led the authorities to a hidden cache of digital records. The records contained logs of conversations and detailed plans about the smear campaign. The details were shocking. The plan was meticulously orchestrated, with multiple individuals involved. The investigation revealed that a disgruntled former employee, someone I had previously trusted, had orchestrated the entire campaign. Their motive was rooted in a mix of jealousy, resentment, and a desire for revenge. The revelation was a bitter pill to swallow. It was a reminder of how trust could be weaponized and how the people closest to us could harbor deep-seated animosities. The process of clearing my name was grueling, but the truth ultimately prevailed. The false accusations were retracted, and the responsible individuals faced legal consequences. The aftermath of the ordeal was both liberating and traumatic. My name was cleared, but the damage had been done. Rebuilding my reputation and restoring relationships took time and effort. I had to navigate a complex web of personal and professional consequences, and the scars of the experience lingered long after the immediate crisis had passed. The experience taught me invaluable lessons about trust, resilience, and the importance of safeguarding one's personal integrity. I emerged from the ordeal with a renewed sense of vigilance and a deeper understanding of the fragility of human relationships. While the shadows of the past continued to haunt me, I remained committed to moving forward with strength and resolve, determined not to let the darkness of that chapter define my future. Story 21. After the unsettling events of the past few months, identity theft, cryptic messages, and the haunting grave, I decided that I needed a drastic change of scenery. My therapist suggested a retreat to a remote location to clear my head, so I found a secluded cabin in the mountains, far from the clamor of city life. The promise of isolation seemed like the perfect remedy for the chaos that had engulfed my world. The cabin was nestled deep in the forest, accessible only via a narrow, winding road that disappeared into a sea of trees. The area was picturesque, with crisp mountain air and serene silence broken only by the occasional chirping of birds. It was exactly what I needed, a place where I could escape from the stress and start to piece my life back together. When I arrived, the cabin appeared to be a quaint, well-kept retreat. Its exterior was charming, with wooden siding and a cozy porch that overlooked a serene lake. I let myself in with a key I'd received from the rental agency and took a deep breath, feeling a fleeting sense of relief. The interior was rustic but comfortable, furnished with old but well-maintained furniture. I set my bags down and began to settle in. For the first few days, everything was calm and uneventful. I spent my time hiking through the surrounding woods, enjoying the peaceful solitude. The simplicity of life in the cabin was a welcome change, and I felt a tentative sense of peace returning to my life. It was on the fourth day, while cleaning the cabin and organizing the closets, that I stumbled upon something troubling. In the back of a closet, behind a stack of old blankets, I found a small, dusty box. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. Inside, I discovered an assortment of items: a worn journal, a collection of photographs, and several pieces of clothing that looked strangely out of place. The journal was old, its leather cover cracked and faded. I thumbed through the pages, reading snippets of the entries. The writing was erratic and disjointed, detailing a life of paranoia and fear. The previous occupant seemed to have been obsessed with the idea of being watched and followed. The entries spoke of strange noises in the night, mysterious figures in the woods, and a growing sense of dread. One entry in particular stood out: "They're watching me." I know they are. The shadows in the forest, the whispers in the dark. I can't escape them. They want something from me, but I don't know what. The photographs were equally unsettling. They depicted various angles of the cabin, but with disturbing details. In some, shadowy figures were faintly visible in the background. Others showed scenes of the woods around the cabin, with strange markings and symbols etched into trees. My heart pounded as I realized that the previous occupant had been deeply troubled, perhaps even driven to madness by whatever they believed was haunting them. I moved on to the clothing, which consisted of a few jackets and worn boots. One of the jackets had a small, blood-stained tear near the sleeve. My mind raced with questions. Who had stayed here before me, and what had driven them to leave such evidence of fear and paranoia? The sense of unease grew stronger as I continued my search. In the basement, I found another disturbing clue. Behind a loose panel in the wall, there was a hidden compartment containing a collection of items that seemed out of place for a casual visitor: a set of lock-picking tools, a map of the surrounding area with various locations marked, and a collection of handwritten notes that detailed surveillance of the cabin and its surroundings. The notes were filled with descriptions of people who had visited the cabin, detailed observations of their habits, and even some crude sketches of faces. The final note was the most chilling. "I've seen them. They're coming for me. They're everywhere." As I examined the notes, I felt a growing sense of paranoia creeping over me. The idea that someone might have been watching me while I was staying in the cabin was almost too much to bear. I couldn't help but wonder if the previous occupant had been right. Had they been pursued by someone, or was their fear a product of their own deteriorating mental state? That night, the silence of the cabin felt more oppressive than ever. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside seemed amplified in the darkness. I lay in bed, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin, once a refuge, had become a trap. The following morning, I decided to contact the rental agency to inform them of my findings. I wanted to know more about the previous occupant and whether anyone else had experienced similar issues. However, the rental agent I spoke with was evasive and seemed uncomfortable with the questions. They assured me that they would look into it but didn't offer any further details. Determined to uncover more, I continued my own investigation. I reached out to local authorities, but they were unable to provide much help as there was no record of any unusual activity associated with the cabin. The only information they could offer was that the cabin had been rented out several times over the years, but no complaints had been filed. My growing sense of paranoia began to take a toll on my mental state. The fear that had once driven me to seek refuge in the cabin now seemed to have followed me there. I became hypervigilant, constantly scanning the surroundings and jumping at every sound. Eventually, I made the decision to leave the cabin early. The sense of danger and the eerie evidence of the previous occupant's disturbed state had become too much for me to handle. As I packed my belongings, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving behind something more sinister than I had initially realized. Driving away from the cabin, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The forest and the cabin receded into the distance, but the unsettling memories and the lingering sense of dread remained. The remote getaway had promised peace, but had instead offered a glimpse into a chilling reality I was desperate to leave behind. As I returned to the city, I hoped that the unsettling chapter of the cabin would fade into memory, but deep down, I knew that the experience had changed me. The fear that once seemed confined to the cabin now seemed to shadow my every step, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the depths of human paranoia. Story 22. It began with a fleeting sensation, a vague recollection of an event I was certain I hadn't experienced. At first, I brushed it off as a lapse in memory, a trick of the mind. But as weeks passed, these strange memories grew more frequent and vivid. They were snippets of experiences that felt real but never actually occurred. I could recall conversations, places, and interactions with people I didn't know, and none of these supposed events matched anything from my actual life. The first incident happened on a quiet Sunday afternoon. I was sitting in my living room, flipping through an old photo album, when I suddenly remembered attending a wedding in a quaint, picturesque chapel. The memory was so clear, the scent of fresh flowers, the sound of a string quartet, the laughter of unfamiliar faces, that I could almost feel it. I was certain I had never been to such a wedding, yet the memory seemed almost tangible. I tried to dismiss it as an elaborate daydream, but the pattern continued. I'd have conversations with colleagues where I'd recall details that seemed oddly specific and out of place. I'd remember attending social gatherings with people I didn't recognize. I even began to question the authenticity of my own memories. Was I slipping into some sort of mental disarray? The turning point came one evening when I sat down to read a novel I had recently purchased. As I flipped through the pages, a passage described an event that struck me as eerily familiar. It was a story about a dinner party at a restaurant with a specific set of people and details that matched one of the memories I'd been experiencing. I had no recollection of attending such a dinner party, but the memory was so vivid that it felt like I had been there. The growing confusion drove me to investigate further. I started keeping a journal of these memories, meticulously noting down every detail and sensation. I reviewed old photographs, social media posts, and any documentation that could shed light on these events. I even reached out to friends and family, asking if they remembered any of these incidents or if they had heard me mention them. Everyone insisted that the events I described were unfamiliar to them. Desperate for answers, I turned to a cognitive psychologist who specialized in memory disorders. I explained my situation, and after reviewing my case, the psychologist conducted a series of tests and interviews. They found nothing that could account for the false memories. My cognitive functions were normal, and there was no sign of mental illness or neurological issues. The psychologist suggested that these experiences could be a form of false memory implantation, or external influences could be creating these vivid but incorrect memories. The idea seemed outlandish, but it was the only explanation that fit. I had read about psychological experiments involving false memory implantation, but I never thought it could happen to me. My suspicions were further aroused when I began noticing subtle patterns in the memories. They seemed to be connected to a specific time frame and places I had recently visited. For example, memories of a charity gala I had never attended, described with such detail that it was as if I had been there, coincided with my visits to local community events. The more I dug, the more unsettling things became. I started to investigate the people and places mentioned in my memories. I discovered that several of them had connections to a shadowy organization known for its psychological research and experimentation. There were reports of individuals involved in unethical practices, including manipulating memories for various purposes. The connection was tenuous but troubling enough to make me cautious. As I pursued this line of inquiry, I noticed that my investigation was being monitored. Strange occurrences began to happen. My emails were tampered with, I received cryptic messages, and I felt a constant sense of being followed. It was as though someone was aware of my search for answers and was actively trying to obstruct it. One evening, while sifting through old files, I stumbled upon a document that made my blood run cold. It was a detailed report about a psychological experiment involving memory manipulation. The names and details matched individuals I had encountered during my research. The report described techniques for implanting false memories and even included case studies of subjects who had experienced similar phenomena to mine. The realization was horrifying. Someone had been deliberately manipulating my memories, injecting false experiences into my mind. But the purpose behind this manipulation remained elusive. Was it an experiment, a form of psychological torture, or was there another, more sinister motive? Determined to confront the perpetrators, I took all my findings to the authorities. The investigation that followed was fraught with challenges. The organization involved was deeply entrenched and elusive, making it difficult for law enforcement to take concrete action. Despite their efforts, the trail went cold, and the people responsible for my ordeal remained at large. In the midst of this turmoil, I struggled with the impact of the false memories on my daily life. The inability to trust my own recollections was disorienting. Every interaction, every experience seemed tainted by doubt. I had to learn to navigate my life with a new understanding that not everything I remembered was real. As time went on, I found solace in therapy and support from loved ones. I focused on rebuilding my sense of self and learning to differentiate between genuine memories and the false ones that had been implanted. It was a difficult journey, but with perseverance, I began to reclaim control over my own mind. The experience had left an indelible mark, but it also taught me the importance of resilience and the power of the human spirit to overcome even the most insidious manipulations. I continued to advocate for awareness about psychological manipulation and false memory implantation, hoping to prevent others from suffering as I had. The ordeal had been a dark chapter in my life, but it was one that ultimately led me to a greater understanding of both the fragility and strength of the human mind. Story 7. It began with a simple phone call. I was lounging in my living room on a quiet Tuesday night when my phone buzzed. The number was unfamiliar, and I hesitated before answering. It was past midnight, after all. "Hello?" I ventured, my voice echoing in the stillness. Silence answered me, broken only by the occasional crackle of static. I waited, heart fluttering, but no one spoke. After a few seconds, the call ended. My thumb hovered over the screen before I slid to hang up, a shiver crawling down my spine. The next night, at precisely midnight, the same number appeared. I stared at it, dread knotting in my chest, but but curiosity won. I swiped to answer. Again, only silence until a low, whispery voice broke through. I know where you are. Then the line went dead. Cold fear pulsed through me. My hands trembled as I stared at the phone. Who could have said that? I tried to trace the number, but it was unregistered, untraceable. No record on my carrier's site, no clue whatsoever. The calls continued on schedule, midnight, every night. Sometimes I'd answer to static. Other times, the same chilling whisper, I know where you are. Each time, my panic spiked. I tried logic, prank calls, telemarketers, a wrong number. But none of those send messages tailored just for me. Sleep became impossible. I set my phone on the coffee table and lay awake, watching the clock. When its hands aligned at 12, the phone rang. I snatched it up, breath hitching. This time, beneath the whisper, I heard faint background noise, murmured voices, papers rustling. They're watching you, the voice rasped. Then silence. I bolted upright and flicked on every light. My apartment felt suddenly small. I locked and relocked every door and window, imagining shadowy figures outside. In the morning, I called the police. They took my report seriously and advised me to document every call. For a week, I held my phone like a talisman. I kept detailed notes, time of call, number always the same, and the message. But no matter how many precautions I took, new voicemail greeting, blocking the number, even switching carriers, the calls persisted. Then, one night, they stopped as abruptly as they'd begun. No ring at midnight. No static. Just silence. I felt relief wash over me, but it was mixed with fresh paranoia. Was I free, or had the caller decided something final? Even now, months later, I double-check my locks before bed, glance nervously at my phone screen, and flinch at every unexpected ring. The memory of that breathy whisper, I know where you are, lingers in my mind, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying threats come through the most ordinary channels. Story 23. It began subtly, one evening when I checked the live feed from my home security cameras on my phone. The usual crisp images of my living room and front porch were replaced by odd, distorted visuals. The cameras flickered between angles, showing overlapping scenes of rooms and hallways as if viewed through a warped lens. At first, I chalked it up to a temporary glitch. Maybe the router was acting up, or there was interference. But over the next few days, the problem persisted and grew more unnerving. I called the security company, and a technician arrived promptly. He spent hours checking the wiring, recalibrating cameras, and updating software. "Everything's in order," he assured me. "It should be fixed." Relief was short-lived. That very night, I reviewed the footage from earlier, and my unease returned in full force. The recording showed someone moving through my home while I was away. At first, it was a faint, shadowy silhouette. Then, in clearer segments, I could make out a figure pacing the living room, crouching by the bedroom door, even peering into the kitchen cabinets. My heart pounded as I replayed the footage. Someone had been inside my home, an intruder who'd slipped past locks and sensors. I called the security company again. They sent a second technician who replaced hardware and ran diagnostics. Yet the distorted images continued, and the system never fully returned to normal. Frustrated and terrified, I hired an independent security consultant. He examined every cable, every camera, tested for wireless hacks, and found nothing conclusive. It could be sophisticated interference, he suggested, or a clever hacker. The thought that someone might have remotely accessed my cameras sent chills through me. I became hypervigilant, checking and rechecking my feeds, scrutinizing every shadow. The security system, once my shield, had become a source of anxiety. Each night, I'd watch the monitors and wonder, is that really a glitch, or is someone watching me? I installed extra locks, motion detectors, and even a doorbell camera. I carried a personal alarm when I left home. But nothing stopped the psychological toll. Sleep eluded me. Every unexpected noise made me start. The distorted footage haunted my waking hours, reminding me of my vulnerability. Eventually, the security company offered to replace the entire system. I agreed, even though I knew it wouldn't erase the images etched in my mind. When the new cameras were installed, the feeds were clearer, but the fear lingered. I learned that technology, no matter how advanced, can be compromised. And once your sense of safety is shattered, it takes far more than hardware to restore it. Now, even with pristine camera footage, I check the feeds obsessively. I bolt the doors twice, illuminate every corner at night, and carry that lingering dread in my chest. Because the system's eyes may be clear, but mine will never stop searching for the intruder who once walked unseen through my home. Story 24. The doorbell rang unexpectedly one afternoon, jolting me from my work. I wasn't expecting any deliveries, and the absence of a scheduled package made the sudden sound more alarming than usual. I opened the door to find a small, plain package resting on the doormat. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple twine, but there was no return address or sender information. My heart raced with curiosity and apprehension as I picked up the package. It felt unusually light, and the lack of identifying details only added to my unease. I carried it inside and set it down on the kitchen counter. The silence of the house seemed to amplify my growing dread. With trembling hands, I untied the twine and peeled away the wrapping. Inside, I found a collection of photographs neatly stacked and secured with a rubber band. The images were all of my house, taken from various angles and at different times of day. Some photos were shot from the front yard, others from the street, and a few from behind the house. Each photograph was clear and detailed, capturing not just the exterior but the intimate details of my property, my garden, the layout of the front porch, even the small shed in the backyard. My pulse quickened as I flipped through the photographs. These were not random snapshots, they were taken with deliberate voyeurism. Whoever took them had been observing my home for an extended period. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. At the bottom of the package lay a handwritten note, scrawled in hurried, almost frantic script. "You should have been more careful." The message was cryptic and menacing. Its brevity only heightened my unease. No explanation, no context, just a chilling statement that left me questioning the sender's motives. Who could have sent this package, and why? My mind raced through possibilities: an unhappy acquaintance, a prankster, or something far more sinister. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the feeling of being watched and scrutinized persisted. I immediately contacted the local police, hoping they could trace the package or offer insight. Officers arrived, collected the photos and note, dusted for fingerprints, and examined the wrapping, finding nothing conclusive. The lack of any identifying marks made it impossible to trace the sender. The police assured me they would remain vigilant and advised me to report any further suspicious activity. As the days passed, paranoia settled over me. I became hyper-aware, constantly checking that my doors were locked and my windows secure. Every unexpected noise made me jump. The photographs became a constant source of anxiety. I pinned them to a corkboard, hoping to spot a clue, but their details revealed nothing beyond the ordinary. One night, as I prepared for bed, I noticed a fleeting shadow outside my window. My heart pounded as I peered through the glass. No one was there. Then came a series of anonymous phone calls, silent, brief, at odd hours. The pattern matched the eerie nature of the package. I began to question my own sanity. Was I imagining things? I sought help from a therapist, but the fear and anxiety remained. Weeks later, the police informed me they had no new leads. Though the intensity of my panic gradually subsided, the package's message and its implications left an indelible mark. Even in my own home, I felt vulnerable. The experience taught me that privacy can be breached in the most intimate spaces, and that some threats remain veiled in mystery. Story 25. For weeks, a strange ritual unfolded outside my front door. Each night at exactly 3 a.m., a persistent knocking echoed through my home. 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then another 3, rhythmic and unnervingly consistent, like an insistent ghostly visitor with no intention of leaving. At first, I dismissed it as my overactive imagination. Yet each night, the sound pierced through the quiet, disrupting my sleep and leaving me restless. I told myself it was a prank or some animal tapping at the door, but the pattern never varied. One particularly cold night, the knocks reverberated through the house with such intensity one could no longer ignore them. Summoning my courage, I crept to the front door and peered through the peephole. No one was there. Heart pounding, I cautiously opened the door. Only the cold night air greeted me, and the porch lay empty beneath the dim street lamp. I scanned the yard for signs of footprints or tampering, but found none. The door was undamaged, and nothing was out of place. Still, the knocking resumed night after night. I installed an extra deadbolt and a security camera, hoping to capture the culprit. Each morning, I reviewed the footage. Each morning, it showed only an empty porch and darkness. It was as if the knocking were a malevolent force that eluded all technology. Sleep deprivation took its toll. I grew irritable and on edge, always listening for that rhythmic rap. Daylight offered little solace. The fear of the nightly disturbance loomed over me like a dark cloud. After weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking was more than an inconvenience, it was a psychological assault. With a heavy heart, I decided I could no longer live under its shadow. I packed my belongings and moved away, hoping a change of scenery would end the haunting rhythm. As I drove away, I glanced back, feeling relief mixed with apprehension. The knocking had been a specter in my life, and leaving it behind was a small comfort. But the memory of that relentless 3-knock pattern, a reminder of how quickly our sense of safety can shatter, remains etched in my mind. Story 26. The office was a second home to me, a place where I spent long hours immersed in work. I prided myself on being dedicated and meticulous, often staying late to ensure everything was perfect. After hours, the building was typically quiet, with only a few employees, and Gary, the janitor, still present. At first, Gary seemed polite and professional. But over time, I noticed he took an unusual interest in my schedule and personal life. He'd comment on how late I was staying or ask probing questions about my projects. His remarks were oddly specific, far beyond the casual small talk one might expect from a janitor. One evening, While preparing for a major presentation, Gary stopped by my desk. "Working late again?" "Must be stressful," he said, his gaze lingering too long. I nodded, trying to keep the conversation brief. "People need breaks," he continued. "I've seen how hard you work. It can't be good for you." I forced a polite smile and returned to my work, but the encounter left me unsettled. The following week, as I stayed late again, I noticed Gary lingering more often on my floor. Around midnight, I decided to grab coffee in the break room. From the hallway, I spotted Gary crouched by my office door, fiddling with the lock. My blood ran cold. I backed away and called security, explaining what I'd seen. By the time they arrived, Gary was gone and the door looked untouched. Security reviewed the footage and questioned him, but Gary claimed he was just checking the office as part of his rounds. The next day, I reported the incident to HR. They launched an investigation, and Gary was fired for unauthorized access attempts. The company also implemented stricter after-hours access controls. Though Gary was gone, the violation lingered. I found it hard to trust my workplace, constantly glancing over my shoulder. Each time I worked late, I felt vulnerable, reminded that someone had tried to breach my personal space. In the weeks that followed, I attended counseling offered by the company. With support, I gradually rebuilt my sense of security. But the experience served as a stark reminder: boundaries must be honored, and even familiar faces can become threats when trust is broken. Story 27. Moving into a new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to escape a hectic life and enjoy tranquility. The mid-century building had exposed brick walls, tall windows, and a cozy layout. My only neighbor was the unit next door, which, at first, remained empty. But after a few weeks, I began to notice unsettling noises, faint footsteps echoing from the vacant apartment, soft whispers drifting through the walls, and the occasional sound of furniture being moved. I blamed old building quirks at first, creaky floors, shifting pipes, but the disturbances grew louder and more distinct. The whispers became clearer, as if just on the other side of the wall, and the footsteps seemed deliberate, pacing back and forth at night. Around midnight, the noises crescendoed, sometimes sounding like muffled shouting or a chair scraping across the floor. Desperate for answers, I asked the landlord, who promised to investigate the vacant unit. Yet when a maintenance worker searched the apartment, he found nothing unusual, no furniture, no signs of occupancy. Still, the noises persisted. I recorded the disturbances on a voice recorder. Reviewing the tapes confirmed whispered voices and footfalls, vivid and unmistakable. The landlord remained dismissive, attributing the sounds to the building's age. His indifference only deepened my dread. Research revealed the complex was built in the 1920s and had a history of a deadly fire. Rumors said past residents experienced strange occurrences afterward. I couldn't shake the thought that I was living among echoes of that tragedy. Sleep-deprived and on edge, I realized I had to escape. I moved out, leaving behind the haunted walls of that apartment. The new place was peaceful, but the memories of footsteps and whispers lingered, a reminder that some disturbances come not from the present, but from echoes of the past. Story 28. One day, I was organizing my study, sorting through old paperwork, when the doorbell rang. A delivery person stood on my porch holding a nondescript wooden crate, no labels, no company logo, nothing but my name on top. It felt odd. I carried the crate inside and placed it on the floor. The lid was locked. My curiosity piqued. I pried it open to find a jumble of personal belongings, old letters, photographs, keepsakes, and trinkets I had long forgotten. Among them were a leather-bound journal from my teenage years, snapshots of family gatherings, letters from past friends and romances, and jewelry I'd lost years ago. Each item stirred nostalgia and unease. Who had gathered these pieces of my history and returned them anonymously? There was no note or explanation. It felt like someone had rummaged through my life without permission. I considered reporting it to the police, but feared sounding paranoid. Instead, I cataloged the items, storing them securely. I revisited each letter and photograph, organizing them into albums. The process helped me reclaim control, turning a violation of privacy into an opportunity to preserve my past. Though the sender remained unknown, the crate taught me a lesson. Our histories can surface unbidden, and privacy is a fragile boundary. The experience reminded me to cherish the present and guard my personal space, because someone else had proven how easily it could be breached. Story 29. It was a crisp autumn night when I discovered my car had been stolen. The empty parking space outside my house hit me like a blow. I called the police and filed a report, then arranged alternative transportation. Days later, the police called. They found and returned my car to the exact spot where it had vanished. Relieved, I inspected the vehicle thoroughly, only to discover a hidden recording device under the driver's seat. The small black box blinked a red light. Inside, I found recordings of my conversations and ambient sounds from my daily life. Someone had surveilled me intimately. I turned the device over to the police, but it yielded no clues. Unable to trace its origin, I installed new security cameras, changed my routines, and carried a personal alarm. Yet the violation of my privacy left me paranoid and isolated. Therapy helped me manage anxiety, but the sense of vulnerability remained. I never learned who had planted the device or why. The incident was a stark reminder that modern technology can be weaponized against us, and that once trust is shattered, it takes more than locks and cameras to restore it. Story 30. A week-long getaway to a secluded forest cottage promised tranquility. The antique furnishings and crackling fireplace offered perfect respite until I found a hidden camera. Dusting the living room, I noticed a faint glint behind the smoke detector. Removing it revealed a small lens. A thin cable ran into a closet where I discovered a recording device. My heart sank. I contacted the landlord, who feigned ignorance but quickly gathered the equipment. I left immediately and reported the incident to the police and the rental platform. The cottage that was meant to be a retreat had become a trap. The violation left me shaken. I now vet every rental meticulously and trust my instincts when something feels off. The hidden camera was a chilling lesson in privacy's fragility and the unsettling ways strangers can invade our most personal spaces. Story 31. It began subtly, with innocuous messages appearing in my social media inbox. At first, they seemed like harmless spam, generic comments on my recent posts, automated questions about my day from an anonymous account. I barely paid them any mind, assuming they were just online noise. Then the messages took a more personal turn. The first that caught my attention referenced a dinner I'd had with a friend, something I hadn't mentioned on social media. I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seemed to have a good time. I was startled. I had not shared any details about that dinner online. Unnerved, I changed my social media passwords, hoping to ward off potential intruders. It seemed a reasonable step, and I hoped it would end the messages. But they kept coming, growing more specific and intrusive. One read. I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You were reading that new book you love. I hadn't posted about my visit or the book. It felt like someone was watching my every move. The anonymity of the account made it even more unsettling. No profile picture, no identifying information. I reported the messages to the platform, but despite the reports and password changes, the messages persisted. They escalated, detailing private conversations with friends and family, events I'd attended, even my offhand thoughts. I'm glad you and Lisa resolved that argument. You seemed much happier after your talk. Feeling vulnerable, I asked friends and family if they'd shared anything about me. No one had. Puzzled, I consulted a cybersecurity expert who found no evidence of hacking or malware. If my devices weren't compromised, it meant the stalker had access to my life in ways I couldn't fathom. I altered my routines, avoided places I frequented, and stopped sharing details online. Yet the messages continued, always referencing events I hadn't posted anywhere. One read. I noticed you've been avoiding the gym lately. I hope you're okay. Maybe you're just taking a break. Their level of detail was suffocating. The sender knew things I'd only shared in private conversations. Anxiety gnawed at me. Then came the explicit threat. I know where you live. I'll be watching you. Panic-stricken, I contacted the police and provided them with the messages. They began an investigation but found little to go on. The anonymity of the sender made tracing impossible. Despite efforts to safeguard my information and the police investigation, the messages persisted, becoming more menacing. I installed home security cameras and took extra precautions, but the feeling of being stalked never faded. Months later, the messages abruptly stopped. The account vanished. I was left with lingering unease and unanswered questions: who had sent them and why? Though the intrusion ended, the psychological scars remained, a stark reminder of how vulnerable we are when someone watches from the shadows. Story 32. One crisp autumn morning, I discovered the first letter in my mailbox. It was a plain, yellowed envelope addressed to John Doe. I didn't think much of it. Mail often ends up in the wrong box by mistake. However, there was no postage stamp or return address. Curiosity piqued. I opened it and found a single sheet of paper. The letter, written in neat block letters, described my previous day in unsettling detail: my morning jog through the park, my stop at the coffee shop, even a brief conversation with the barista. It concluded chillingly: I hope you enjoyed your day. Confused, I shrugged it off as an elaborate prank, yet unease settled in my stomach. Over the next week, 3 more letters arrived, each more disturbing. One described my evening reading on the porch, another recounted a private conversation with a delivery person. The latest detailed a comment I'd made about redecorating, words I'd only spoken aloud in my living room. It felt as if someone had been shadowing me, documenting every move. Paranoia gnawed at me. Desperate for answers, I contacted the postal service. They were sympathetic but couldn't trace the letters without postage or postmark records. Determined, I installed security cameras around my home and kept a log of unusual occurrences. Yet the letters continued, growing more personal. One even included a sketch of my house from an angle visible only from across the street. My anxiety spiraled. I felt imprisoned by the scrutiny. I reported the evidence to the police. They took my concerns seriously, but, lacking suspects or clear leads, their investigation stalled. The letters eventually stopped, but the silence was no comfort. I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. The experience taught me how fragile privacy can be and how easily an unknown observer can sow fear. Though the letters ceased, the psychological impact lingered, a reminder that unseen eyes may be recording our every move. Story 33. It was one of those quiet, still nights when the world seemed to slow down and the only sounds were the hum of my car and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I had been visiting friends and was heading home well past midnight. The road was deserted, the streetlights casting long, eerie shadows on the asphalt. I enjoyed the solitude of late-night drives, a time for reflection after a long day. As I drove along the winding country roads toward my house, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I dismissed it as another car on the road, but as the miles passed and the headlights remained fixed behind me, unease crept in. I glanced again, the same headlights, keeping a steady distance, neither gaining nor falling behind. I accelerated, hoping to put distance between me and the tail. Yet the headlights stayed locked on me. My heart pounded as I slowed, the car followed suit. It was as if it had a will of its own, determined to keep me in sight. I made a sharp turn onto a less traveled road, twisting through lanes in hopes of losing the tail, but the headlights pursued each maneuver with unsettling precision. The sense of being hunted wrapped around me like ice. Then I spotted a gravel turnout just off the roadway. I pulled in, cut my headlights and engine, and waited in darkness. After several tense minutes, I saw the other headlights roll past the lot without stopping. Relief washed over me as they disappeared into the night. I restarted my car and finished the drive home on edge. Every car in my mirror made my heart skip a beat. At home, I locked the doors and sat in silence, the memory of those relentless headlights refusing to fade. In the days that followed, I avoided late-night drives altogether, choosing well-lit routes and busier roads. Though the pursuit never resumed, the experience taught me how quickly solitude can turn threatening and how small headlights in the rearview mirror can become a nightmare. Story 34. It started as an occasional, unexplained ringing of the doorbell at odd hours. I was often deep in late-night work or settling in for a quiet evening when the chime echoed through the house. Rushing to the door, I expected a visitor or delivery, only to find an empty porch. At first, I blamed a prank or a random malfunction. I checked the doorbell system, rewired it, replaced batteries, everything appeared in perfect working order. Yet the ringing persisted, always at strange hours, late at night, early pre-dawn, or the moment I drifted off to sleep. Determined to catch whoever was behind it, I upgraded to a state-of-the-art video doorbell with motion detection. For a few nights, the ringing stopped and I dared to relax. Then, one night, the new system rang at 2:37 a.m. I scrambled for my phone and reviewed the footage. Nothing. No motion, no person, just a dark, empty porch bathed in the doorbell's LED glow. The pattern continued. Each time the camera showed no one, the doorbell sounded as if triggered by an unseen presence. I added motion sensor lights and additional cameras, but the doorbell's chime rang out regardless. I called a local paranormal investigator, hoping for an explanation. They checked for electromagnetic interference, wiring faults, and drafts, yet found nothing. Their suggestion of residual energy or haunting felt as plausible as any mechanical fault. Over time, the ringing became less frequent but never entirely stopped. The simple chime, once a benign convenience, had become a symbol of intrusion, a reminder that some disturbances defy logic. Even now, I dread the faintest buzz at my door, wary of the invisible force that once seemed determined to provoke me. Story 35. I woke one morning to an unusual silence in our apartment. The clatter of the coffee machine and the rustle of my roommate Dave in the kitchen were conspicuously absent. "Dave?" I called, but only my own voice echoed back. Puzzled, I checked my room and then the hallway. Dave's door stood slightly ajar, unusual, since he valued privacy. I knocked, pushed it open fully, and found his room immaculate yet empty. No sign of him, his favorite coffee-stained mug gone, his laptop missing from the counter. I shrugged, assuming he'd gone out early. In the kitchen, I noticed a note pinned to the fridge in hurried scrawl. "Trust is a fragile thing." My pulse quickened. Dave never left cryptic messages. On the couch, the cushions had been arranged with precision. Under one lay another note. Always watching. Always waiting. My unease spiked. I rifled through his study area for clues and found a stack of photographs, candid shots of me taken from various angles, some in public, others inside the apartment. Each photo was dated and time-stamped. My chest tightened. Dave had meticulously documented my every move. On his desk, a third note read, "Some things are better left unknown." I felt violated and panicked. Checking his closet revealed nothing, but behind a hidden panel, I discovered an empty safe. No idea what it contained or where its contents had gone. Then, on his dashboard, I found a final note. "Your turn to uncover the truth." Determined, I contacted Dave's workplace. Colleagues reported he'd taken unplanned leave. Next, I checked his usual haunts, coffee shops, bars, but no one had seen him. Concerned, I reported him missing and shared the disturbing evidence. Days passed with no sign of Dave. The police interviewed me and inspected the apartment but found no further clues. The notes and photos remained, haunting reminders of Dave's betrayal and strange disappearance. The apartment felt alien now. I couldn't sleep without checking every corner, remembering the feeling of eyes on me, his eyes, through those photos. Dave's vanishing left more questions than answers. Why document me? Where did he go? And would he ever return? In the silence he left behind, I realized trust can fracture without warning, and once broken, it leaves a void no note can ever fill. Story 36. When my neighbor vanished without a trace, I was initially concerned but not overly alarmed. It wasn't until weeks later, when the absence of activity from his apartment became unnervingly conspicuous, that I began to worry. It was unlike Robert to disappear without a word, and the police's casual dismissal of his disappearance as a possible voluntary absence did little to reassure me. I had known Robert for years, his quirky habits, his unfailingly polite nods in the hallway, and his peculiar collection of antique clocks that ticked harmoniously through our shared walls. As I watched the situation unfold, a gnawing curiosity crept into my thoughts. What if Robert's disappearance wasn't as innocent as it seemed? Robert had always been a bit of a mystery. He kept to himself, rarely mingling with other tenants, but when he did, his gentility made him likable despite his reticence. The building's management had a standard procedure for absences, a few notices, some phone calls, then changing the locks if necessary, but Robert's apartment remained untouched. The stillness that filled the air was heavy with unspoken questions. My curiosity turned into an obsession. I began to investigate Robert's life more deeply, though I approached it with caution, careful not to alert anyone to my activities. I explored the old but charming building, whose tangled history seemed to attract Robert's nostalgic allure. I convinced management to give me his spare key, claiming I needed to deliver a rent payment notice. Inside, everything was meticulously arranged, furniture covered in dust sheets, antique clocks still ticking, books neatly shelved as if waiting for someone's return. A desk in the corner held a stack of letters, old newspapers, and a few photographs. Hesitantly, I sifted through them, hoping for a clue. Then I found a yellowed letter addressed to me in Robert's elegant script. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. Dear neighbor, if you're reading this, it means I have not been able to deliver it in person. There are things you should know, things you might not want to know. You see, I have been following a trail, a trail that leads to you. It may seem strange, but there are shadows in your past you might not be aware of. I've learned disturbing things about you haven't yet uncovered. Curiosity can uncover truths best left hidden. Tread carefully. The search for answers may reveal more than you expect. Regards, Robert. My heart pounded. What had Robert discovered about me? I'd lived an ordinary life, office job, modest apartment, quiet routine. What shadows could lurk in my past compelling Robert to leave such a note? Determined, I revisited my own history, old documents, photographs, conversations with long-lost acquaintances. Oddities emerged, gaps in my memories, friends who vanished without a trace, incidents I couldn't recall clearly. A move to a new city years ago had severed ties with certain friends who now avoided me altogether. Could they be connected to Robert's discovery? I returned several times to Robert's apartment, uncovering more of his peculiar world, a leather-bound diary filled with cryptic notes, research on occult societies, lists of unsolved disappearances. Dates and locales matched events in my own life. It was as though Robert had pieced together a puzzle intertwining his fate with mine. As days passed, the knowledge that I was being watched closed in on me. My investigation, once driven by curiosity, became a harrowing journey into the unknown. I realized I faced a choice: continue unraveling Robert's secrets or retreat from the abyss I had stumbled into. Some mysteries, I understood, are never meant to be solved, and some secrets are best left buried in the silence of vanished lives. Story 37. I came home to an unsettling sight that forever altered my sense of safety. The front door, my steadfast guardian, stood ajar. My heart raced as I pushed it fully open, the familiar creak sounding more ominous than ever before. A stale, acrid scent hit me like a wall, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. My sanctuary had been invaded. Every drawer and cabinet had been rifled through. Papers were scattered, cushions tossed aside, personal belongings strewn across the floor. My once orderly space was now a chaotic reflection of the violation that had transpired. Numb disbelief washed over me as I stepped deeper into the disarray. It wasn't just a burglary, it was identity theft. I fumbled for my phone and dialed my bank, my voice trembling. My name is Alex Carter. I think my identity has been stolen. Automated prompts led me through a maze of options until I finally reached a representative who confirmed my worst fears. Several large unauthorized transactions had been made over the past week. My accounts were frozen, and recovery would be lengthy. In the days that followed, I juggled alternative transportation, appointments, and endless calls to financial institutions. Each call brought more grim news, debts in my name, new lines of credit opened without my consent. My life had become a series of paperwork and phone calls. Someone had crafted a curated imposter life in my name. The emotional toll was profound. Beyond the financial loss, I mourned my stolen sense of security and trust. I reported the theft to the police, provided volumes of documentation, and monitored every credit bureau. Slowly, piece by piece, I reclaimed my identity, but the violation lingered, an indelible reminder that privacy is fragile and trust is not easily restored once broken. Story 38. It started on an unremarkable Tuesday, a missed call from an unknown number just after sunrise. No voicemail, only a sense of curiosity. The next day, the same number called again. I answered, but the line was silent, an eerie void that stretched for seconds before I hung up. Then the calls became more frequent and intrusive, arriving at odd hours, during important meetings, while I focused on deep work. The intrusion was subtle but unsettling. One evening, while preparing dinner, I finally answered. Voice, calm, detached. I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Remember to stir it occasionally, or it might stick. I froze. How did this stranger know my dinner plans? Panic seized me. The next call referenced my client meeting and its outcome, further proof I was being monitored. I tried to trace the number, but it led nowhere. My phone provider found no record of a breach. The caller's knowledge extended beyond anything I'd shared publicly, gym visits, personal conversations, even private frustrations. Each message felt like a psychological knife twist. When I demanded to know why they were doing this, the voice replied, I'm following you because I care about you. You need to understand that. I hung up, terrified and confused. Desperate, I hired a private investigator. Though they identified a tech-savvy individual using advanced surveillance, motives remained unclear. Finally, the calls ceased, and I breathed a tentative sigh of relief. Yet the terror of those whispered words in my ear never fully faded. The ordeal taught me how vulnerable our private lives can be, and how easily curiosity can turn into an invasion that shatters one's sense of safety. Story 39. The attic was always a place of mystery and discovery, dusty trunks and old boxes stacked haphazardly, relics of a bygone era. One rainy afternoon, driven by an impulse to declutter and find something interesting, I unearthed a small, leather-bound diary. Weathered and worn, its gold leaf initials were barely legible. Curiosity piqued, I opened it. The diary was filled with neat, flowing handwriting, entries from a man named Henry Lawson, a carpenter from the early 20th century. His musings ranged from mundane daily work to profound reflections on life and love. As I reached the last entry, I expected a conclusion, perhaps a farewell. Instead, I found something unsettling, a detailed description of an afternoon spent in the same cafe I had visited just weeks ago. Henry described the blue ceramic teapot, the checkered tablecloth, even a young woman in a blue dress, exactly like the one I'd worn. My pulse raced as I read. I feel as though the threads of time have woven my life into yours. I hope you understand what I mean. How could Henry, long deceased, chronicle my experiences so precisely? I researched him at the local historical society. Henry had indeed died in 1945, with no living descendants. The diary had lain forgotten until now. I returned to the attic and found a faded photograph of Henry, a kind, thoughtful face staring back at me. The convergence of our lives across decades baffled me. Though I could not explain it, Henry's diary had enriched my world, revealing a mysterious bond across time. Some legacies, I realized, defy linear time and conventional understanding. Henry's words remain a treasured artifact, a reminder that life's tapestry can weave together souls separated by decades, bound by an inexplicable resonance.